to the shortage has resumed production, with initial product hitting stores in the coming weeks.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson at the White House. The first named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season picking up steam. Tropical storm Alex heading for Bermuda after dumping rain on parts of Florida, flooding some roads. Alex reached tropical storm status after strengthening off the Florida East Coast. The storm is expected to pass near or just north of Bermuda tomorrow. America is listening to Fox News.
Hafide, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
The House committee investigating the deadly riot at the Capitol last year holds its first public hearing this week. Committee member Adam Schiff telling CBS's Face the Nation.
Our goal is to present the narrative of what happened in this country, how close we came to losing our democracy, what led to that violent attack on the 6th. The American people, I think, know a great deal already. They've seen a number of bombshells already. There's a great deal they haven't seen, but perhaps most important is the public hasn't seen it woven together.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy on Fox's Sunday Morning Features denouncing the probe.
Nancy Pelosi has broken 232-year history of the House by not allowing the minority to appoint anyone to the committee. This committee does not have 13 members as the power of the House voted for it to have. But what's even worse about this committee is it's beyond its legislative scope.
Representative Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger are the only Republicans on the committee. Both voted to impeach President Trump after the riot. Primary season continues with more contests coming up Tuesday.
In California, there are 3 seats considered toss-ups this fall, seats held by Republicans that Democrats have their eyes on this Tuesday, and after redistricting, all 3 of those seats became bluer. 3 Republicans are fighting in Iowa to be the one to take on Democratic Congresswoman Cindy Axne. Her seat is considered a toss-up. And in Montana, they've gone from 1 to 2 congressional districts. Incumbent Matt Rosendale has former President Trump's endorsement, and Trump's former Interior Secretary Ryan Zinke is running for the other seat. He also has the former president's backing.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. NATO kicking off a U.S.-led naval exercise with more than 7,000 service members from 16 countries, including potential members Finland and Sweden. The 2 nations making a bid to join the alliance in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Moscow in recent years warned Finland and Sweden will face retaliation if they join NATO. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Hafide, Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Half a day, it's 6:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. 2 people were sent to the hospital this weekend following an accident in Okatamuning. The crash took place early Sunday morning. The Post reported that the 2-car collision was reported near the Payless intersection about 2:45 in the morning. One person involved in the incident was unresponsive when GFD personnel arrived. The department stated the patient was transported to the Guam Memorial Hospital after being extracted from the vehicle by rescue personnel. Another person who authorities identified as the driver of the other car was transported to Naval Hospital where he had non-life-threatening injuries. An investigation still underway, but police haven't released any further details. Meanwhile, an escaped prisoner was eventually captured on Friday morning, as we confirmed, and while the investigation into the escape is still underway, the prison director says recent incidents of escapes have pointed to officer negligence. Director Bob Camacho saying this weekend that we have the best facilities and we have the best policies in place, but what it all boils down to is officer responsibility. It was just last week that 2 prisoners were able to flee the facility, and while one was captured a short while later, the second one was out for about 24 hours. He was eventually found at the boat basin. Although the escape is under investigation by both DOC and Guam Police, Camacho, according to the story in the PDN, says that the 2 men were 2 of 3 inmates that were in the quarantine facility with 1 officer on guard. Camacho added that the men are in maximum level confinement now and could be facing criminal charges from the Office of Attorney General. He didn't say, though, if any of the DOC personnel are facing any sort of administrative action. Meanwhile, Governor Lulian Guerreros is said to be recovering and doing incredibly well, but her doctor is ordering her to take a couple of weeks off of work. The governor receiving aggressive treatment for an infection that caused respiratory issues. She was taken to the hospital after a coughing spell that struck her while she was in the middle of the gubernatorial debate with Candid and ThePOINT. The event was concluded early when she was not able to catch her breath. She's now doing well and resting and recovering, and by doctor's orders will also be postponing the State of the Island address, which was scheduled to take place at the legislature tomorrow. Well, more news right after this.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Guam source tourism markets continue to relax restrictions and more tourists making their way to the island with increased flights coming in. Major carriers Korean Air, Jin Air, and Air Seoul are expected to increase their weekly flights from Incheon to Guam from 4 to 7 flights weekly in June, a further increase expected in July. Effective June 1st, South Korea no longer requires a returning citizen or visitor to take an antigen test for COVID-19 on the 5th or 6th day after arriving in the country. The Post also reports that Japan has begun to open its borders slowly to tours, beginning with scheduled group tours from select countries this month. Airlines in Japan have also announced plans to bump up their scheduled flights to Guam. United, Japan Air, T-Way, and Jeju Air will all resume flights in June and July, according to GVB. GVB is hoping to court more visitors from the Philippines as well. That country's relaxed restrictions for both fully vaccinated nationals and foreigners looking to enter or leave the country. And North Korea has fired 8 short-range ballistic missiles toward the sea off of its coast over the weekend, possibly setting a single-day record for North Korean ballistic launches. The missiles were fired in succession over 35 minutes on Sunday from at least 4 different locations. Guam Homeland Security hasn't commented on the event. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Yeah, just another one of those weekends where the guy in North Korea gets a little bit jumpy and pushes the buttons. I heard more about that from national and international news over the weekend than I did from our own JIC. So far, nothing from those guys.
Yeah, maybe because they're short range.
Could be. Yeah, but still, how are we supposed to know? And then the other question that I have every once in a while is, what do we do when they do become concerned and when there is reason for alarm? Is there a special JIC notification that will go up that will give us the instructions on how to deal with, I don't know, a morning's worth of thermonuclear war? Just asking. Inquiring minds want to know. 6:11 in the morning. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. Oh, weather first. Here it comes. Mostly sunny in the forecast.
Highs today, 88 degrees. East wind 6 to 10 miles an hour. Another hot one, partly cloudy, and lows around 77 degrees. East wind 6 to 10 miles an hour. For tomorrow, expect mostly sunny skies again. Daytime highs near 88 degrees. East wind 6 to 11 miles an hour. And then Tuesday night, isolated showers under mostly cloudy skies. Heat index today, it's going to be another hot one. 98 degrees is what they're forecasting. It says there's a 30% chance of rain. But as usual, when we take a look at what's going on in the weather, the satellite imagery, I don't know where that 30% chance of rain is coming from. There is nothing in the area. You make out a little bit of pink haze. We've got some drier air out there, which is the only thing that's preventing us from going over 100 degrees. I think that's generally going to keep things fairly cool. Sunset tonight's going to be at 6:46. Great sunrise pictures from Jeff over at Pirates Cove this morning. Played some of those. I think I've got one from Real Joe that I can get up on the screen right now. Is that it? It says this morning, and there it is. That's all that pink that we were looking at in the satellite imagery. You can make out some of that on the screen here this morning. Excellent work. Good camera there.
Thank you.
Good camera skills, Real Joe. At 6:12 in the morning. There it is. News and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67, almost 68 years.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Come into GTA today and show your dad you know what's best. Just in time for Father's Day, sign up for any smartphone on HPO with our Live Unlimited plan for only $55 a month and get a $100 Home Depot e-gift card too. New customers can also enjoy a $100 port-in credit. Now that's a deal that would make any dad proud. Terms and conditions apply. See stores for details or visit gta.net for more info.
There it is.
GTA, we start with Dad.
Is it my turn now?
Yes, Daddy.
She tagged her own commercial. It's amazing. 6:13 in the morning. Portions of the program here brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at Security Title. It's Ron and Kim. They're the guys at the top. They got the fancy corner offices, but already a great team and an incredible staff that you'll find over at Security Title. Take care of all of the needs that you've got there. We'll actually do the title search and look for any bad karma that might be in there, as well as all the work that needs to get done on escrow, which is one of the reasons why a lot of times when you're at the bank signing the last round of papers, they're there with you, holding your hands all the way through it at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yeah, let me get this back on the screen because it's such a beautiful shot from pretty Sarita Garin looking out the window of the house, the balcony over at her corner suite, and not a cloud in the sky. That is amazing. And we were remarking about that yesterday as we were watching the sunset. Sorry, Ray Gibson here in the studio. Mona's stepped out for a second, but she'll be right back. Don't ask me. I don't know. But just you know what it is. I feel like I'm having a food coma. I think I might still be in a food coma.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday was
You're hungover, man.
Well, a friend of mine, a food hangover. They have that is there such a thing?
Yes.
So went my friend Marissa having a birthday yesterday, and she said we wanted to try out, and it's fine because I've only ever been there once, but the buffet over at the Ducet. So we had a room, a bunch of people get together, and it's like 18 trips to the buffet line for all the different food, and I'm going, I can't. There's no way I can eat all of this. There's no way I can. And you know what? There is a way. I could eat all of that, and even still got a little bit hungry. So after the beach yesterday, went swing by Mickey D's, got myself 2 of each or something like that, and so I'm feeling like I haven't gotten enough sleep. I should be. Heavy
carbs, man.
Heavy carbs. I think that might be what it is. It's at any moment now. I could just literally pass out from the food coma that I might still be in. But at any rate, yeah. So we were looking at sunrises, and this is the picture from Sarita Garin, and like I said, her thing, and she may be in the midst of a food coma. She had apparently over the weekend a boodle fight.
I saw that, man.
Did you see the pictures?
Yeah.
You know what a boodle fight is, right?
I was trying to understand what was happening.
They throw all kinds of food out in the middle of the long
throw
table.
Down.
Yeah, and I guess the idea is, you're eating with your fingers and doing all.
Fun.
But you can let me zoom in on some of this so you get an idea of what kind of food. It's like everything in the kitchen. This way we eat after typhoons. When we got to cook all of the meat that's in the freezer and in the refrigerator, get everything cooked up because we're not going to be able to preserve it. And this is exactly what it looks like. Well, it's a fancier presentation, but I do appreciate the pictures. And if you were in a food coma hangover as well, join the club. 6:16 in the morning. As I said, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be with you, even though it's a Monday. And we don't get a break this week. We got to work all 5 days. There's no June holiday in the middle of the week that we can look forward to.
No.
We'll try to muddle through this together with the news and the headlines and the newsmakers that we're going to be playing around with. Real Joe gets the phone when you call.
Hoppity.
888-825-5888-TALK. The meme machine obviously online here. If I can get pictures of boodle fights with Rita online, in addition to all kinds of other things that are out there. I wanted to make a presentation too. Can I show off one of my pictures from the weekend?
Oh man.
All right, that's
what?
Sunset last night.
Who are you?
Sunset last night.
God, peeking through the clouds.
Yes.
Glowing, man.
And just a handful of clouds. It prevented us from getting a green flash, but a whole bunch of friends. Did anybody go to Tumon yesterday besides me? Did you?
I did, yeah. I cruised through there.
Oh, my God. Amazing, wasn't it?
Alive. It was like the 1980s.
It was like 1919 or 2019. It looked like it did before COVID 1919.
Wow, Joe.
They didn't have color pictures back then. But yesterday, it was just incredible. In fact, I managed to spend quite a lot of time in Tumon over the weekend. Was down there on Friday night goofing with some friends, and they said, hey, let's go take our goofing activities to a restaurant. You want to? And so we went over to Eat Street, and they were booked. And so we thought, well, let's go upstairs. We'll go upstairs. CPK. We'll go check out CPK. No problem. It's like 7 o'clock. And we get up to CPK, and there are lines of people waiting to get inside of CPK.
Welcome to Guam.
Yeah. And then we thought, okay, well, there's Vitali's. So we were able to get to Vitali's. We were able to get a table at Vitali's. But they've got like 3 people that work there. And one of them is Vitali, and he's in the kitchen in the back. So they only had 2 little girls that were working on all of the tables that were inside. We are launching back into a time, friends, where we've got more mouths than we have chairs to put doggins in. You know what I mean? And it seems like that everywhere you go. You have to either get there before the crowd or after the crowd, because if you try to go at drive time into the things, you are going to have to wait. There are going to be somebody.
People are complaining, Ray.
Well, I'm complaining.
Oh, you are?
Here I am.
No, even the service industry is complaining.
A remark, right?
We're all complaining.
It sounded like I was just kind of remarking about
the service industry is still having a difficult time maintaining an adequate level of staffing.
Right.
Right, because people still don't want to work. They're still enjoying their federal
I've got
funds.
used to hybrid learning, and they showed me how to apply for the little Snappy Questy thing. So I got the Snappy Questy thing, and now I don't really.
So go easy
have
on
to
your
work.
servers, man, because they're stressed.
Well, Tip, and there was another thing on Facebook, and it was funny because of the number of comments on it, and it was not political. And
is that on the foodies?
Yes, you know exactly which one I'm
talking
about.
That was me, dude. That was me. I posted that.
We're all of us in.
How do you tip?
But then everybody becomes a food critic all of a sudden.
Well, the guy was making a point here. He said, "Look, when you're done eating, leave, get out, go away."
Hang out for 2 hours, bro.
What are you doing sitting there holding the table? They're not able to sell you any more food. We might make a couple of extra dollars at the bar because you might be having a couple more drinks than usual.
But see, that's
the servers
our
aren't
culture,
making any extra.
That's true. It's true, but it's our culture. I mean, it's a social thing. The meal is a social time where you guys interact.
I agree completely. But from the restaurant's perspective, hey,
they want more money.
Leave, eat some more, buy some more expensive drinks, or leave so I can turn the table over.
Put a couch outside in the parking lot, then we can lounge.
Not a bad idea. 6:20 in the morning. Montecillo Tyrant, obviously, here in the studio, going to take care of news and information all morning long. Yeah. It's all that. Everybody else had a fantastic weekend, and clearly many of us were hooked on social media to see what besides the no clouds in the skies everybody was talking about. Hey, we got to start off with we'll take a look at the big shots on the Facebook Live page, but I do want to do a shout before we do anything else to Rico Blancaflor.
Big man.
Big man, Rico B. Graduation services for Junior all weekend long. And there's some great pictures.
We're proud of you, man.
Yeah, you did it. You did it in maybe the hardest time possible. 6:21 in the morning. All right, let's talk about these other big shots here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Yeah, Mana's asking if Rico Jr. Is a pew-pew, and yes, he is a pew-pew kid as well. Ambidextrous. He is as good with his left hand as he is with his right hand. He's just, you just pick up a gun.
Responsible young man.
Pow, pow, pow. Hey, let me try it this way. Pow, 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 pow. Sinks the targets every single time. Good, and a good kid. Very respectful kid. 6:24 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. At number 1, big man Rico B. Monday, huh?
Wow, dude.
Got that Monday feeling.
Come on, Joe.
This is just lagging. You and the console's having a food coma as well,
It, right?
Rico B, I got Mike Race Bloss watching the program. Hot Monday mornings. The Point Familia says pretty Sarita Garin. Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas is there. Kina McCauslin and Ed Buenditzo, Hafa Bandit. Valerie S.A. Untalan, Hafa Patty Santiago, saying good morning to everybody. Oh, my God. Joe Cruz is there. Amazing. Ow! Mark Cruz online. I got Jerome McDonald, Sacramento lawmakers. It's all wisdom, California, something. But Jerome and Ken Brown and everybody that's listening in California in the midst of that heat wave and the no water anywhere thing. We'll spend a little bit of time talking about that later on. And Nick Perlowski looking for something to growl about. Don't worry. Listen long enough, buddy. We'll give you something to growl about. Ismail says Dennis Larson. In all its wisdom, California lawmakers pass a bill recognizing a bumblebee as a fish. What are your thoughts, bee man? I missed this story.
Please, Lord.
You know, there was I was trying to stay away from Twitter for most of the weekend, and unfortunately, it caused me to miss a couple of things up to and including. I'm looking at this now for the first time. You know what that is? That is, it's one of America's largest egg plants.
Wow.
And,
on fire.
Yeah, it's a Holocaust version of a fire in that. And the guy is saying, in case you're not paying attention, I'll help you out. This is one of the largest egg farms in the country, mysteriously torched Sunday night. That is food factory number 19 for the year 2022.
Little by little,
it's
chipping away at our food sources.
That's what I'm thinking, right? I mean, how much of this? I mean, how many accidents can be happening at all of these food processing plants and manufacturing and packaging plants all across the country? And is that why there are shortages of all kinds of goods? What is going to be the impact on that? What's my egg sandwich over at BK going to cost?
$25.
What is the correlation?
Where is it already?
What's the correlation with the legalization of marijuana? How many people are high?
What?
Manning these plants and all of these accidents are happening.
Well, there could be some of that, but we got fires, we got explosions, we got plane crashes, that kind of thing.
So that's not an emergency, Ray? Our food sources getting burned?
It could be. Well, the good news is that there are chickens all over the island. All you got to look, find Dennis Larson. We've been through this on the air. Just the idea that the egg did not come in a carton from Payless doesn't mean that it's any less good or less edible. Just because the chicken in the backyard didn't come on a little plastic tray with saran wrap around it doesn't mean it is any less edible. When the bright flash comes, we'll all be chasing those chickens around like Rocky in the movie. 6:25 in the morning. Who else is playing around? Ken Polino, Harvey Egna online. I insist that you pick up a copy, I believe, of today's Guam Daily Post because there's two great editorial contributions in there. One from Lee Weber and then the other one from Harvey Egna, who's urging, Biba, we got to Biba him, urging the governor to take some kind of an action to help the people out here. The folks are having a hard time. The title of today's program is Brace. Don't brace because it's Monday. I mean, you can if you want to. I mean, you can freak out all you want about the fact that the weekends never last long enough. Monday morning always comes too quickly. But it's the tapas, baby. It's the gas. It's gonna go up again. I know you're going. No, it can't. They just jacked it up, Ray, to $6 and what is it, 34 cents for a gallon of gasoline? I don't know what it is on base. Carla will get me those numbers here. But
I think it was $4.70 yesterday, $4.69.
I think it was $4.66 last week. So,
yeah, so I think it was $4.69.
They only jumped up by 3 or 4 cents. Yeah. Crazy. $128.29 for a barrel of Tapas. That number is $4.66 higher than it was on Saturday morning. It was up, it went down a little bit, and then bang, right back up at $4.66. Remember now that the lifetime high for Tapas is about $132. So we're getting really, really close to record prices for Tapas. So brace. In the meantime, doesn't impact the governor. Governor's got a car that somebody over at DPW fills that up every time it gets down to what, 3/4? Yeah. It's 3/4 tank. Better go put some more gas in it.
No, half for it.
Half tank for because we're humble, flexible like that. But none of those people have to worry about any of that stuff. They got drivers, they got cars, and somebody to make sure that we've got a little card here from the shop to cover all of those expenses. But most regular people don't, and the prices of everything is going up these days. That's one of the reasons why you get some of these restaurants. They're happy to put their menus on QR codes, because they can change the price on that without having to go to the printer and print out new menus. Here's the QR code. Take a look at this. We've added some new items, and we've changed the prices. Or the prices are the same, but we're not going to give you as many French fries as we used to before. You are starting to see some of that. Keena McCausland is there. I got Ruth Litton, Brennan Fausto. I saw Gigo Jarhead, Lucia Fleming Wood, Greg Baz Knight. Vicente Duenas is online. I see Sarah Lake there. Magandan Umaga to you. Pat Saho. Let me see. Yabit Camacho, June 6th, D-Day. That's absolutely right, Harvey. It's another day that we get to recognize. Well, I'll go and watch, not Platoon. What was that?
Top Gun.
Saving Private Ryan.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I went to the movies over the weekend. More on that later.
Oh, wow.
Peter Lozano online. Pat Saho, good morning to Greg Baz Knight, saying good morning to everybody else. Colin Clark watching the show. Hey, Bonnie Datuan, nice to see you there. Mark Voigtland out in the free zone. Carl T.C. Gutierrez, former governor.
Bring back that sunshine.
You know what it is? It's got to be said. It sounded like a regular remark about, have to stand in line or wait inside to get into restaurants and things. We've got the front page story in today's Guam Daily Post as South Korea, Japan relax travel rules. Airlines are ramping up Guam flights. You know what it is? Carl and Jerry have done too good a job.
Amazing.
They've done too good a job. I mean, all you needed to do was, let them know, hey, Guam's open. We're cleaning things up in Tumon. But no, they keep doing things, Fandania Fridays, and even pushing away from GVB and cleaning things away from Tumon and making sure that facilities, even down south, in or on pools, getting taken care of, right? They're just doing too good a job.
I swam with a bunch of Koreans yesterday.
Did you?
I almost lost my kid because, my boys got
they all look the same, right?
Yeah.
your boys got
well, yeah, there was a lot of them, man, having a good time at the pool.
There's having a good time at the pool, having a good time at the beach, looking for someplace where they might be able to hang out for longer than a month so that they can have their baby here, walking around GPO. And Monty over at GPO, just a note, you can take those little arrows off the floor. Nobody's paying attention to them anyway. The arrows and all of the little 6-foot distancing signs. Yeah. There's another problem there. You know what it was? Is the guys that printed that, they used really good adhesive. This is that Gorilla Glue stuff. Yeah. It ain't coming up. We're gonna have to pull the tile off the ground before we get any of these 6-foot
That's gonna cost money, man.
Yeah. 6:30 in the morning. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez there. Lena McDaniel online. I see. What's that? Rico Hindiko Alam. I know someone who can't get a flight to Guam for the last 6 days, and things may be changing here for me. Just have to wait and see.
You never know.
Oh, nice. There's Mark, John Perez, Jeff Colburn online. Jeff Colburn's kind of a B guy, but he's the guy that makes the mead.
Oh, yeah.
Always happy to see him. Hey, look, we got Bunker online.
Hey, Biba Bunker.
Biba, food shortage in full-scale assault. Yeah, it's what it looks like to me, but nobody's talking about it. You got to dig hard to find the information on what's going on with these food processing plants, because it doesn't seem to be something that mainstream media is interested in until the caca, as the man says, the peanut butter hits the fan, and all of a sudden you can't buy things like eggs in the store. Let me see. Jose Martinez is there. Elizabeth Mendiola, Pam Duvall, the hot sister of the program. Guam could be the leader in free-range chicken exports, says Mark Voigtland. I don't disagree. You know where I'd start? In any village on Guam, to be sure. But I think the highest concentration of chickens to fancy homes is in the Barragata Heights area.
Oh,
it
yeah.
is always something. It's always been something that's kind of interesting to me. In that, here we are, one of the more Tony neighborhoods on. I mean, it's not Vista Del Mar or anything like that, but it is. It's kind of a nice, trendy place. A lot of nice people live up there. Fancy
it's nice
cars, all of that. Swimming pools, movie stars, and they're chanting the Beverly Hillbillies theme. And then there's all these wild chickens running around Barragata Heights.
Good food, man.
It is.
They're throwing out. I throw my chicken food out.
On the
feed
daily.
my chickens.
Yeah.
I feed them chicken too.
Cats get when I throw the food in the back, that's for the cats. When I throw the food in the front, that's for the chickens. Let me see. Mike Grace Bloss, Chad Chuggin, Dennis Larson, Brace. He's agreeing with me as well. Mark Voigtland said in Connecticut, diesel just broke the $6 mark. Amazing. Gas going up, power going up, and TVB gets $20 million for a stupid amusement park. Ain't Guam great? To be fair. GVB asked for the money for this well before the gas prices and the grocery prices were going up. James Ito Kazu is online. I got Dona Mila Martinez. Janice, good morning, Guam. Nice to see you, Jer. It's not Janice. I just like saying her name that way.
I like how you say it.
Yeah. So Ruben Mortera, Joe and Goko watching the program, and everybody giving me some kind of shock of love here. Monday morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. Lots of items on the table of contents, some of which have to do with actual news, some of which have to do with my ruminations on just kind of living and enjoying life on Guam as much as I possibly can. I decided that I'm going to try not to complain about how hot it is here on Guam, because there are hotter places. A friend of mine, Facia, told me that she's going to be picking up the family and going to Florida for a little bit. And I thought, well, that's interesting. And somebody else at the table said, it's hot in Florida right now. What are we talking about?
Kill you hot?
So, well, I went to my phone and looked up the temperature in Florida. And it was 77 degrees. And she says, oh, that's not so bad. I said, yeah, but it's 11 o'clock at night. It's 77. I mean, that's hot, right? And not too far away from the equator like Guam. So hot is hot wherever you happen to be. But it's hot everywhere. And there's not a whole lot that can be done about it. But the other thing, and I got to tell you, was interesting. Mayumi said, she said Saturday, Dad, yeah, we're going to the movies. Ooh, Daddy doesn't like movies. There's people in the movies. It's expensive.
Baby's crying.
But she said, no, actually, this one wasn't so bad. So we go to the Regal and get a couple of tickets to go and watch Bob's Burgers.
Oh, you got to pick your chairs, Ray?
Yes. I thought,
it was a flight?
I didn't know there was that technology here. When did they start doing that?
I told you.
It happened to me too, man.
I freaked
out.
They assigned the chair. You could pick the assigned chair so that they know which ones to go and sanitize when you leave.
Oh, that's the whole reason for it?
Yeah.
You mean it's COVID related?
Because I'm Calacas.
I thought it was just one of those.
They still clean and sanitize, and that way I can't
I mean,
put my jacket on.
I knew which row we were in, but I didn't see any seat markers. I didn't see anything that told you what numbers they were. Yeah.
And Tango has numbers, and so they follow the numbers that they assign. That way, when you leave, they go in there and clean up.
I don't recall whether the ticket had my seat number on it. Did it?
I'm sure they
should have, yeah.
Wow.
You put your stuff in the upper bin.
But it wasn't so bad. So I paid to go inside, and there's nobody at the counter. So I thought this is a good time to get myself a hot dog and a drink and whatever. And it was for one bottle of water and a Mountain Dew.
Don't say it, Ray.
And
$85.
Brown M&Ms and a hot dog. It was $31. $31. And the guy says, oh, there's some napkins there. And I told him, I said, Miami, get $31 worth of napkins. I'm going to come out ahead here. I don't care
Grab the
what
dispenser
happens.
while you're at it.
Exactly.
Just take the dispenser.
All the hand sanitizer. Put that in your purse. You got your mom's purse? Good. Got the big mom purse? Put stuff in
Mustard,
there.
ketchup, everything.
Handfuls. By the handful. By the handful. That little salt for the popcorn? Even that one. This is all at my house now. $31 for concessions.
Yeah, it is what it is.
So I go in, and the first thing I noticed when we were picking out the chairs is that there was only like one other person in the theater at the time. And we go in, and the movie starts playing, and nobody else joined us. It was there were, I think the total number of people that were in that room watching Bob's Burgers, and it was a good movie, was couldn't have been any more than with two little kids, a mom and a dad, Mayumi and I. And what is that, 6? So that was it. I don't know how
That's like a home theater style.
Exactly. But if it was home theater, I would have been able to pause and go pee, right? But you're not allowed to do that in the theaters. Yet we don't have that kind of technology. But I will say one of the things that I remembered I also didn't like. And they stopped doing it over at Tango, but I guess they still do it at Regal. So we get the ticket. Tickets is $145, and at $145, the lights go off in the stadium, and they stop playing the radio. And then I'm going, okay, where's the movie? It was commercials.
Yeah, it's about an hour.
Yeah, so by the time the commercials are over, you've eaten all your food.
Yes.
And then you got to go out and spend another $30
for another hot dog or drinks or popcorn or something like that.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely.
I thought some of them were good spots.
The ones that are advertising here, yes. I think there was a GTA spot. Pretty sure there was an IT&E spot in there. I don't know, with a car dealership.
The Atkins Kroll?
Yeah,
Come on,
right.
we all know that song.
The song, the AK song. No, that was not in there. But I'm going, wow. And then there's 10 minutes of previews. That movie didn't actually get started for another 15 minutes. I'd forgotten how used to the things over at the Tango theaters. If it says 145, movie starts at 145. We might load a couple of previews.
The same.
Oh, they went back?
Yeah, they have a lot of commercials, which is a good thing. That means there's advertisers.
No, they didn't put advertising on the radio.
Yeah, there's a lot of commercials, so you can finish your food and really go out and get another refill on everything.
Well, I kind of liked it when they had it. So whatever the noted time was, the published time of the movie was when it started. Because if I'd have known I could build in another, if it was going to be 15 minutes before the actual movie started, I could have gone to the food court. Yeah. I could have gone to the food court and got something better than a hot dog and brown M&Ms. 6:38 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Lots to get to on a Monday. We'll talk about, as I said, my ruminations plus news and headlines. There is news and headlines on a Monday, is it not?
Yes.
Let's get to it. Montecillo Tyron now. The 6:30 news. What happened?
Well, a two-car collision sent 2 people to the hospital on Sunday morning. The crash took place early in the morning over by the Oka Payless. One person involved was unresponsive at the time and was taken to GMH. There's no update on that individual's condition. The second person was taken to Naval Hospital with less serious injuries. An investigation is underway, but police haven't released any further details. Meanwhile, the governor's State of the Island address, which was scheduled to take place tomorrow at the legislature, it's going to be postponed at least by 2 weeks. This after her doctor told her to take a break. The governor is said to be recovering and doing incredibly well after being treated for an infection that caused respiratory issues. And Guam-sourced tourism markets continue to relax some restrictions, and it's resulting in a good boost in our island's tourism industry. Increased visitor arrivals expected, with more flights coming in from Korea and Japan. GVB also working to bump up travelers from the Philippines. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Okay. Let me just get swigging some water here. While I was reading some of the updates from Facebook Live, I said Jeff Coburn there, Joe Ngoko, Johnny Martinez. Avaka says chickens behind the shell in East Agania. They're everywhere. Rico says forced to retire fighting roosters. What happened to all of those? Are there still roosters that are fighting out there? Are there still guys in the boondocks?
Their retirement, right?
Yeah, right. Where's my cola? Where's my retirement? My chicken cola. Frank Meadow says collectively we can't provide for all. Grass is nice, yet only cows, goats, deer, and the carabao are going to be eating that. So go ahead and start. I don't know. There used to be a guy around Father Duenas area in Ta'i. You remember this. And there used to be somebody that was raising goats back there. So it was very common, at least when I was a junior, senior, driving into the campus and having to make stop the car for the goat crossing that was taking place on the way. Don't know whatever happened to that guy, but if he could make a go of it, I don't know why anybody else can't. Franklin, I agree with you. Collectively, when the bright flash comes, we will all be able to take care of each other, because in the first week or two, without groceries and anything getting airlifted and shipped to Guam, about a third of the population is going to keel over and die. So yeah, there'll be plenty left for the rest of us living off the land and whatever the ocean can provide. Jimenez Hessa online. Who else have we got? Colin Clark. Mark Voiland says yes, they are contact tracing you. That's when you press the button on it and you got the transaction. So now they've got my credit card. They know that I've made a transaction at the movie theater. They know how many I bought and where I was sitting at the entire time. I thought they were doing that as some kind of a great kind of convenience, kind of a marvel. You get to pick your own seats. Isn't that great? So we can watch you better. The movie theater is my new big brother. Colin Clark says nothing like getting up in the morning, walking outside the kitchen and stepping in chicken poop. You know what? I may have to just agree with you there. I don't think I've ever had to worry about that. I don't have an outside kitchen. Regal Theater has the row letter, but not the seat number, says Sarita. Mike Grace says, what the hell? Big Sister Shelley online saying hi to everybody. She's in Malibu.
Hi, Mary.
She's in Malibu, California right now.
Shani. I think they're together.
It could be. Happy Monday or happy Sunday to you guys. Regal's got the big dog in seats. Love that, says Rico Blancaflor. Colin says, oh, yeah, you want to get your money back? Take a couple of rolls of toilet paper home. Is that the good stuff? Is that the good stuff that they've got over at the Regal?
I try to stay out of the bathroom, man, as much as possible.
Yeah, well, you meet some of the strangest people. Yeah. Miami visited the head and ran into one of her teachers. And that just,
you're at the urinal and they're like, hey, Ray, we love your show, man.
Yeah, all the time. Listen all the time. Well, thanks very much. Give me the role that's in your thing. Kristen Oliver. Haven't been to the theater since December 2019. Christine, yeah, I'm with you. The last time I was in a movie theater was in Manila in December, January of 2019. Came back to Guam, COVID hit, and I was never, once you go to a really downtown stateside theater, it's like when you fly first class on an airplane. In one direction. For sure. But you've got to do the Section 8 class on the way back. And you change after having been to some of those fancy places. What are you doing there, Monica?
Do we got a roach, man?
Yeah. Apparently.
Wow.
All right, so top end pest control. Got to call him back.
It's my bad.
Get Kenny in here. All right. Mona's doing a little bit of, hold on a second.
That's a big one, man.
Sorry.
What? No, if you're going to dance, I want to watch. Got you on
she had the two-step going.
It was crawling up my bag, and so I had to throw my bag across the room, and then...
So your bag had the cockroach in it. It didn't come from the radio station.
I don't know. It was crawling up my bag, so not from my bag.
You are so
they heard
mom.
you say bright flash, and they were like, it's time to come out now.
Mom. Six. I don't even know if I can go on here. I'm just so... This kind of thing doesn't happen in live radio, where you got to stop doing what you were doing because your sidekick has got cockroach issues. We'll work through some of that. I don't know. Brendan Fausto, Rico B, Pam D, Big Sister Shelley says gas at the mobile here, $8.10 regular unleaded. We're headed in that direction before too much longer, but a lot of that, especially in California, Jerome will tell you that's tax. Luis Hortillosa, I thought $300 million was set aside for the $600 Mission Medical Center, and now $20 million is set aside for this project. Oh my God, it's a long write-up, so I'll read that later. June Marie Owen, Gina Senecalos, Dale Audette is there, Scotty Armstrong, Amazon News tonight. Amazon stock will open at $102 per share. Here is your opportunity to invest in one of the largest companies in the world at a fraction of their price. Nice. John Song says, haven't been to the movies since 2017. Alex Affligui is there. Johnny Martinez, bring some chickens for roach cleanup for absolutely free. Thanks, Johnny. I appreciate that. We'll stock up on some chickens in the backyard of the radio station. And Leslie St. Nicholas is saying buenas on a Monday. 6:45 in the morning. There's one of the stories that you might have missed because it was on the weekend edition of the Daily Post. It was Saturday morning, and maybe you saw this in in the media says, we cannot let them take over our village. An Agania Heights man said he is left living in fear after multiple violent incidents on his family's property in recent weeks. Some of you may have seen a video of a guy going, talking to these kids, drinking in the middle of the day on what is family property. And it does not end well. It does not end well. It kind of had this look like that maybe the guy was going to get up and grab their stuff and go, but it went in the opposite direction. I'll play that video for you in just a second. Take the first break of the program. I'll be right back.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Get big discounts on huge travel experiences with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. You can travel to destinations in the USA and receive 10% off selected United Airlines Premium Economy or Business Class airfares purchased through May 31st, 2022 when you use promo code FHB022. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com/United Fair Sale 10 for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park. It's 6:47 studio time. We'll take a look at what's happening in traffic. Not a whole lot as usual happening at this time of day because it's early yet. People still waking up. Nobody's going to work except the guys at the radio station. A little bit of traffic up at Anderson Air Force Base on the way into that. Not a whole lot happening southbound Marine Corps Drive. You will see some traffic over at the intersection of 1 and 3 and a little bit of traffic at the intersection of 1 and 16. A quick question to whoever's in charge. When are we going to move that squatter family away from where every single tourist that walks up and down from Tumon to the Micronesia Mall can see? I know that some of the usual suspects are involved with doing what they can to find better living arrangements for these people, but apparently the actual owners of the property need to be a little bit more active, and my understanding is they're not. But somebody needs to put some fire on that poor family living basically next to the street. We got a little bit of traffic on Route 8 heading into downtown Nagutnia area, nothing major on Route 4, all the way down to Big Navy in Sumai. You notice, you never see any squatters across from Big Navy, right? Because I think they police that kind of thing up. That's 6:48. Excuse me, you live here? No? Okay, bye. It's Ray Gibson Show after these.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
The 2022 GSPN Boys Volleyball All-Star Game presented by the Guam Army National Guard goes down Sunday, June 12th at the FD Phoenix Center. The best high school players from both the public and private schools will put their talents on display, coached by the champion coaches. Watch it live at the Phoenix Center or streaming on GuamSportsNetwork.com, powered by IT&E. The 2022 GSPN Boys Volleyball All-Star Game, June 12th. What he said, 6:49 Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Earlier, talking about silly and $8.10 a gallon gas out in California. Jerome says, yeah, big chunk of that is going to be taxes. And he gave a number. I forget what it was. But, yeah, all of that stuff is getting factored in. Now, there's also a point that Jerome was making about water shortages in the state of California and what that means down the road. Believe it or not, water shortages are going to lead to electrical shortages because of all these hydroelectric properties properties that they've got there. California's longest-lasting severe drought will have major ramifications for the cost and reliability of electricity, and not down the road, like this summer. The drought's depletion of California's large reservoirs is likely to strain hydroelectric plants to a point where some may have to be shut down. A recent report by the North American Electrical Reliability Corporation, which monitors the grid and reduces reliability risk, found an elevated danger of power disruptions in the West this summer due to the combined impacts of heat and the drought. So you think it's bad now? Give it a couple more days. It might actually get worse out there. 10 away from the top of the hour. More on that a little bit later on, as it looks like the waste-to-energy proposal that Dave Sablon took before the mayors seems to have stumbled in the last few days. As I said, more on that. Big pressing story last week was a couple of escapees. A couple of guys decided that they didn't want to be in prison and found an exit. The good news is one of them was caught virtually right away, and the other, as Robert Camacho and I were talking Friday morning, looks like you guys had a beat on where the guy with the pretty hair was finally caught up and returned to incarceration. Good morning, Mr. Camacho.
Good morning, Ray.
Easier weekend for you, knowing that a couple of the chicks were back in the hen house.
That's true, very much.
So, tell me a little bit about the capture. Like I said, I forget his name. I'll put his picture on the screen with his mugshot. But tell me the story of his capture.
Okay, well, just to start off with, when we first heard of it, of course, we had an alert around 6:30 in the morning, and initially, what we did was we sent out a SWAT team, and we were able to recover one of the prisoners. And after that, we established our emergency operations center because one was still on the run. And then we contacted SWAT and all the law enforcement, and we sent out a mass notification. We have a system where we send out to all the agencies and law enforcement agencies and community, like the mayor's offices and DOE. So throughout the day, we managed to get a lot of intel. We were receiving information from all sorts of sources outside, confidential sources, to include probation. We went out to the courts and found some information regarding that. So we even had this, a possible cell phone, all those other things. And from that, we had sustained operations throughout the night, and SWAT and the SWAT team and the parole officers were still out throughout the night. And we had over 22 locations that we were monitoring from our intel information. Yeah. So we were doing surveillance operations in all those areas. And so what happened was the SWAT team was moving down in Agana, and that's where they located him down at the boat basin. So yeah, we respond. I really am proud of the Department of Corrections as far as our response. Our team got together real quickly. We had a recovery plan. We had our emergency operations center, which we actually established about a month ago. We took a location and we refurbished the whole room that was real in bad condition. And so for purposes such as this, that if an emergency did occur.
Yeah. So there was a plan. You followed the plan, executed the plan flawlessly, right, and we were able to pick up the guy and apprehend him. Right. What did you learn? What have you learned over the weekend on the circumstances which led to the opportunity for the escape?
Well, and like you said, it's a learning process, and every time an incident occurs whether it be an escape, an assault, or drugs coming in or whatever, we always come back and we always say, well, how did this happen? How can we, make it better and more secure? And I want to go back, a couple of years ago when we had an escape, or a year ago or so. When it first happened, we had the isolation facility. We had barbed wire all around the place, and somebody escaped, and we recovered the individual within a short time, within the day. And so, from that, we say, okay, well, let's put a fence line, and put more barbed wire. And so that happened. and we didn't have an escape. Now the second escape happened at 9 Alpha, which is adjacent to the RSAT building, and so that was a temporary facility itself. And so we're still on investigation on that. We have already identified, some of the flaws in that, and we're taking personnel action also. So, and then again, a lot of it has to, when I look at a certain situation, I look at different factors. One is our facility, is there adequate security, fence line, locks, barbed wire, all these other things. The other part I think about is, the officer, does he have enough training? How long has he been in there? Has he has a history of, negligence? Is it our policy? Are there mitigating factors that, beyond the control of the officer or what have you?
Well, you mentioned that there are personnel actions that are taking place. So obviously
yes,
there is a point of human failure somewhere.
Yes, and the one that happened several months ago, when it happened in the ISOFAC, there were 2 officers that were terminated. So we do take our job seriously, and there are some situations where we can have everything in place. We got a good facility. We have locks, and we have protocols. We have leg irons and all these other things. But it boils down to, one, is the officer going to do his duty? And it's very difficult, of course, because sometimes they're working 12, 14 hours a day sometimes, right? And 5 to 6 days a week. And sometimes the complacency can set in. And so you have to be vigilant. And it's a combination of everything. The supervisor needs to be there and, say, is everything in check? The officer needs to, do his due diligence. And so when I look at all the factors, the facility, the training, the policies, all these things have to take into effect, right? And we have to look at and balance it out. So like right now, our learning process is, okay, do we add more concertina wire on there? And do we, now I said, okay, why can't we get some motion detectors that can alarm things? And let's get these things and make it more secure, have different levels of security. So as we go along, we're looking at different things. There's so many things that we talked about. I said, well, how about dog? As we go through these things, we're like, okay, maybe we should have guard dogs. I don't know.
It's nice to have all of those things. Do you have the access to the Capitol to get it done? The governor puts you in a hot seat. Hope that she's willing to support you in the work that you do over at the Department of Corrections. I don't know. You can put a moat, fill it with gasoline if you want to, and let somebody deal with that if they want to escape. But at some point, somebody's got to authorize it. Somebody's got to sign a check and get all that stuff done. So I'm assuming that the conversation on the investigation is not done yet over at the Department of Corrections. You guys are still in maximum lock, hard down?
Yes, we are. And some areas we've because they're at a different level, but for some of the more serious cases, they're on lockdown. So,
gotcha.
We are, making adjustments, and I honestly I can remain positive with everything. In this kind of situation, we just have to make adjustments continuously and look at our operations very closely. Have more meetings to make these adjustments, and what's the best avenues of approach to ensure that there's no other issues down the future.
Keep us posted. I appreciate the idea that you got him. It was not. It couldn't have been hard to spot with that hair. But number one, you got him, and while he was on the lam, that we are aware of, he wasn't responsible for any additional crimes or attacks in the community. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Robert Camacho from the Department of Corrections. I appreciate your time. We'll talk again soon, maybe on a happier subject, perhaps at the conclusion of the investigation and identification of the individuals who are at this time under personnel reactions and administrative opportunities that over at the prison. I'll talk to you soon. I got a breakaway. Fox News Live's playing here on The Point. We're KUSG again. Here it comes.
Mass shootings keep coming. I'm Steve Rappaport, Fox News. 9 people killed in 3 mass shootings that took place in less than 24 hours. 3 people were killed and 11 injured in Philadelphia when gunfire broke out at an entertainment district downtown. Police Chief Danielle Outlaw says one of her officers engaged a gunman who got away.
We don't know if the subsequent shootings, there were several shootings in that area. We don't know if they're connected.
Hours later in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Police saying 3 people were killed and at least 17 others were hurt during the shooting that happened near a bar downtown. Some people were also struck by a car that was trying to take off.
And in Saginaw, Michigan, police say 3 people were killed in an early morning shooting there. Russian forces firing cruise missiles at Ukraine's capital.
Explosions were heard around 6 a.m. local time, and we did see black smoke rising from the skyline. This is the first time in weeks that Kyiv came under Russian attack. The Russian Defense Ministry is already taking credit for the strikes, saying they hit T-72 tanks and other military vehicles supplied by Eastern European countries. The Ukrainians are denying that. This does come as a war of attrition is slowly developing in the east. In the strategic city of Severodonetsk, Ukrainian troops have taken back some territory in fierce street battles. Ukraine's defense minister said this weekend he believes the war may finish by the end of the year.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Kyiv. Another day and another record high for gas prices. AAA says the national average for a gallon of regular is up to $4.84.
But we also know that the price of gasoline is not set by a dial in the Oval Office. And when an oil company is deciding hour by hour how much to charge you for a gallon of gas, they're not calling the administration to ask what they should do. They're doing it based on their goal of maximizing their profit.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg on ABC's This Week. Republicans blame the White House for the spike. America is listening to Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Kings Guam World Tennis Tour, presented by GTA, is bringing international tennis back to Guam. 4 weeks of international play will swing into action with 2 weeks of juniors, followed by 2 weeks of pros, May the 15th through June 12th. The Guam National Tennis Federation will host world-ranked players who will be coming to Guam from all over the world. Netters will compete for ranking points and cash to improve their position among the world's best. Matches will be played daily at the Guam National Tennis Center in Harmon, starting May 15th through June 12th. Special thanks to our platinum sponsors, Dimension Systems, New Gen, American Medical Center, and Morico Equipment.
North Korea test firing missiles from multiple locations.
North Korea ratcheting up tensions on the Korean Peninsula Sunday, test firing a salvo of 8 short-range missiles. The launches were the 18th round of missile tests this year, including ICBMs. U.S. and South Korean officials believe these launches may be a precursor to a nuclear test explosion. The test firing is coming just a day after the U.S. aircraft carrier Ronald Reagan ended 3 days of naval drills with South Korea in the Philippine Sea.
Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer. North Korea believes the joint drills between the U.S. and South Korea are a rehearsal for invasion. Tropical storm Alex heading toward Bermuda after dumping rain on portions of Florida. The National Hurricane Center says maximum sustained winds increased to 65 miles per hour. Forecasters say Alex could bring 2 to 3 inches of rain across Bermuda. Change under your couch cushions is nothing compared to this find.
When Vicky Umodu moved into her new place in San Bernardino County, she responded to a Craigslist ad for free furniture, which a family was giving away due to a recent death. Umodu thought it was too good to be true. And that was before she found $36,000 stashed under a cushion. She let the family know, offering to return the money, and the family rewarded her with $2,200 for doing the right thing. The original owners have no idea why there was so much money stashed in the furniture, and reportedly went on to find hundreds more dollars stashed in their home. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Top Gun stays on top at the box office.
Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
Top Gun Maverick grossing an estimated $86 million in its second weekend. Doctor Strange in the Multi-Universe of Madness finishing a distant second with $9.3 million, followed by the Bob's Burger movie with $4.5 million. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. Police are investigating an early morning crash yesterday that sent 2 people to the hospital. The crash took place at the intersection over by Oka Payless about 2:45 in the morning. One person was taken to GMH and was unresponsive when officials arrived. The second individual was taken to Naval Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Police are investigating that crash. Meanwhile, an escaped prisoner was eventually captured on Friday morning, and the investigation into the escape still taking place. Director Bob Camacho says he's very proud of the response by his DOC officers. It was just last week when 2 prisoners were able to flee the DOC compound in Manilao. One was captured a short while later. The second individual was out for a little over 24 hours. He was eventually found at the boat basin by SWAT. These 2 escapees were 2 of 3 inmates in a quarantine facility with 1 officer on guard. Bob Camacho says that the men are in maximum level confinement now and could be facing additional charges of escape. He didn't say if any of the DOC personnel are facing any sort of administrative action. Meanwhile, the governor is going to be taking a break for at least a couple of weeks after her doctor ordered her to take some time off. The governor receiving aggressive treatment for an infection that caused respiratory issues during a debate that she was participating in last week. The event was concluded when she couldn't catch her breath and was hit by a coughing spell. She is now doing well and resting and recovering. And by doctor's orders, she will be postponing the State of the Island address, which was scheduled for tomorrow. They are looking at rescheduling in the next couple of weeks. We'll have more news right after this.
Start your day with BK's new Cheesy Breakfast Melts. Our Cheesy Breakfast Melts feature your choice of sausage, bacon, or ham, layered with fluffy folded eggs, 2 slices of American cheese on toasted round bread. Make it a meal with hash browns and a brewed coffee or OJ. Get your hands on the new Cheesy Breakfast Melts, now available during breakfast hours, 6:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. every day for a limited time only. BK, Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, and the airport. BK, your way.
The Guam Visitors Bureau is looking to increase sponsorship for this year's Liberation Day festivities. The Post reporting some of the confirmed events include, of course, the parade, a drone light show, and the fireworks display. GVB's Fendenya Fridays will also be featured at Ipao Beach. Meanwhile, the Department of Education was able to get a waiver for juniors and seniors who would have to undergo their service learning, but the waiver won't apply to incoming sophomores and juniors. The DOE superintendent says that the 75 hours of service learning is a requirement for graduation. Meanwhile, summer class is getting underway and roughly 4,500 students are enrolled for the summer classes. The Post reports that there are also 280 teachers on board for the summer school. Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, Joseph Sanchez, says this year's summer school program will include online supplementary programs as well as outdoor sessions on gardening. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
I was going to do weather, but I'm fixated with the picture that I was sent by Colin Clark No, I don't know if I can put it on the screen. No, this is exciting as well. It's what are you doing here? I got to pay Johnny Depp, and it's a scene from Squid Games. There's apparently another one with about a meme on OnlyFans thing, but I don't know what OnlyFans is. So it's not funny to me. No, but Colin sent a gizmo. He sent me a picture of what's going on with gasoline on base. Is $4.69. So about $4.70 now on base for a gallon of gasoline. That price is going to go up next week, and I anticipate that at any minute now, the prices on Guam could be going up on this side of the fence because we're watching Tapas now at $128.29. It was just Friday at $125.85. So a rather big jump up. Like I said, it went down for a little bit, and so if you look at the oil prices, it'll say $4.66. And that reflects the price on Saturday that was down a little bit. But now, like I said, up to $128.29. 132 was the high water mark for Tapas. It is lifetime high price, and it seems to be headed in that direction. It's not just here. We're watching the prices of oil and gasoline climb all around the world. It's 7:11 in the morning. The weather that you were asking about, I got mostly sunny in the forecast today. Daytime highs near 88 degrees. Expected east winds 6 to 10 miles an hour today. So it's going to be one of those days. It's just hot, and there's not a whole lot of air moving around. This is the day. This is the day that we're reminded why our grandparents always had a fan in her purse. Grandma always had a fan or two in her purse. I don't know if you can still buy those anymore, or you can be like the Koreans and just walk around with a little portable fan pointed at your face for all day. Partly cloudy in the forecast tonight. Lows around 77 degrees. Still not a whole lot of winds here, 6 to 10 miles an hour. Tomorrow, expect mostly sunny skies. Another hot day and mostly cloudy in the evening. It's sunrise this morning was at 5:53. Sunset tonight at 6:46. There it is. News and weather together. This is The Point.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, I know my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. I trust the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. You can too. For more information, go to www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
7:12 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show, portions of which being brought to you by the guys at APL. That's American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you with, there's just so much here. Let me see. I might want to hold off on that second one until I have I don't think I've got the correct script in front of me. So we'll hold off on that.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
I know what they sell there, and it's all very good, but I didn't want to risk making a 30-second ad-lib for something that wasn't their most recent little foray into the world of summertime marketing. Everything is changing. Of course, we got most of the graduation stuff that is behind us now. Do we have to graduate any more schools? They did JFK last week, and there's a couple of big ones over the weekend, including the one with Rico's boy.
We're still celebrating, man.
That's it. But Father's Day is coming up.
Oh, no.
I told you Miami was Dad, let's go watch the movies. We'll make a day. I will go watch movies, and then we'll go eat someplace, and we'll go do this, and we'll go do that. And at some point, she kind of looked over him. He says, "This is Father's Day weekend, right?" No.
Oh, yeah.
Did you think that this was going to be our big Father's Day thing?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if today was going to be our big Father's Day thing, it wouldn't have been Bob's Burgers. As much as I like the movie and I like the TV show, that wouldn't have been my first get for what I want for Father's Day. If there is going to be, and I hope, because I haven't seen it yet, and now that I'm kind of inclined once again to go to the movies, which I haven't done since the beginning of COVID, I'd like to see Top Gun on a big screen, on a big-ish screen. And there's a lot of showings at a lot of theaters, and I'm hoping, I got my fingers crossed, that it will still be in theaters by the time it gets to be Father's Day. I'd hate to miss it. 7:15 in the morning, and about time for us to take a look at what is going on in the markets. I had not heard from anything over the weekend. I wasn't paying that much attention. Oh, yeah, here's why. Because they were all in the toilet Friday. The S&P 500 closed down 68 points to close at 4,108 on Friday, our Saturday, their Friday. NASDAQ off by 304 points. They're up by 12,012 is where that market ended up. Dow Jones Industrial Average at 32,899, off by 348 points. FTSE, look at that one. They're down by 74 points. I got the Nikkei up. Good for them, by 347 points. Hang Seng down by 212. Shanghai Index up by 13. The VIX is up by nothing of a percent, but hey, it's not red. And the DAX drops 25 points for those of you paying attention to those markets. Big numbers on the NASDAQ. Okta, CGen, Biogen, T-Mobile, and Dollar Tree Inc. At the bottom, Tesla. What happened? Actually, they say that the markets might have been quaking as a result of something that Elon Musk had sent out. He said, I have a super bad feeling about the economy. And he says, we're going to cut about 10% of the electric car makers, 100,000 jobs. He said in an email to executives titled, Pause All Hiring Worldwide. Oh, wow. Now, he also came out and said he was going to be loosening up things and letting go of a whole bunch of executive-level managers, employees, and things like that. This is not a small company that the guy is running. It's absolutely huge. And he says, well, I don't think the economy is going to support all of this stuff. But he did make a point. Telling basically the rank and file, the actual people that are plugged in and doing actual work in the company, the manual labor, et cetera, assemblies and things like that. You guys are going to stay, but managers, supervisors, that kind of thing. We're going to see if we can get some of this. Yeah, there's going to be some major snippage going on. That needs in a run and gun Twitter battle with the president of the United States of America. So that had an impact on the market. And normally when they start talking about letting go of a significant number of employees in any industry, in any major shop, usually the market responds positively to that. They like us. Oh, somebody's actually managing the company here. How about that? But Tesla rounding out the bottom five of the NASDAQ. Micron Technologies joins them. CrowdStrike, Lucid Group, and Illuma Incorporated are also upside down in terms of the market. 717. And among the most popular quotes right now is Tesla and Amazon. And what was that? Is it because what our friend Ismail was saying is that Amazon is going to be opening up just over $100 a share? Where's it at right now? Negative territory. Is that what's happening? We'll see. 7:17 in the morning. Lots of other things that we're looking at right now. And the price of gasoline, the price of oil, $4.70 on base, $6.30 off base. Big gap there, but we're seeing a bigger gap now. What's happening in the futures market? Wholesale prices for gasoline are surging, meaning the angst Americans are feeling at the pump is going to continue. Gas prices, key inflation indicators to the American public, and a headwind on household budgets that are changing in real time. People making active decisions on where we're going to eat, what we're buying at the grocery store, what we got to put into the car to keep this family going from point A to point B, and then what are the sacrifices that we're going to need to make here? Savings? Forget about that. I don't know a whole lot of ways to put money away. Benchmark futures for gas hit a new high there, $4.19 a gallon. The Energy Department reported last week it's the lowest. It hit their lowest level this year. Unless the future prices come down quick, we're about to blow the AAA's current average national retail gas price. Regular gas there, $4.76. Again, that's the wholesale number. West Texas crude trading at $118.87. That number is up. Tapis again, $128.29 for a barrel of that. Those figures are also indicative of an upward trend. That's why today's theme is brace, brace, brace. The other commodity we look at is gold. It's trading at $1,850. Real Joe, do we have a ridiculous Bitcoin number?
Yes, we do. 29,872.
Doesn't look like it's made a whole lot of moves from the last time. From the last time we looked at it. Okay, and a couple of other things. And you might be wondering, well, is there anybody that is doing anything to try to help the people of Guam through this crisis. Take a look at Harvey Egna's editorial in today's Guam Daily Post. And see what he's got to say, and see if you agree with the plan that he has put together. Maybe a couple of other stimmies that are out there. He's like me. This Programan Salapi, that's a dim memory for a lot of people, if they ever got it, if they were ever able to apply for it. And then you've got this one. Here, go and get yourself a booster shot. We'll give you a $25 gift card. You can buy some gasoline for your car. Wow.
We'll wait this more.
25 whole dollars? That's about a quarter tank in the car. Let me see. It ain't going to get me a whole lot.
It's a drop.
It's and he writes, and I think correctly, gee, that feels like an insult, doesn't it? Yeah, it kind of does. But Frank Blas Jr. Has sent out a release and a letter over the weekend. He penned a letter to Governor Lou Leon Guerrero asking her to consider providing families immediate financial relief through the disbursement of $1,000 per taxpayer or $2,000 for joint filers from the remaining American Rescue Plan funds. He wrote, just as Governor Ralph DLG Torres of the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas was doing it for his citizenry, he asked that the Governor LLG do it here. Our people are still reeling from the adverse financial effects of the pandemic and now are having to contend with rising costs for gas, utilities, and basic necessities. Some financial assistance with monies intended to help struggling families and stimulate our economy would be a welcome and appreciative initiative. Blas wrote that with over $340 million in American Rescue Plan funds available, and administration officials touting that revenues for the government of Guam will exceed $80 million more than what was projected for the fiscal year. It is unconscionable that Guam... God, I love it when senators use that word. It is unconscionable that Guam residents cannot receive assistance to deal with rising costs. He went on to write that many families are one step away from financial catastrophe and are praying that they do not have to deal with an urgent emergent situation. With the price of gasoline exceeding $6.30 a gallon, a substantial increase in the cost of power, and almost 50% rise in food prices, our people need help now, and Governor Lulian Guerrero has the financial resources to help the people immediately. If the legislature had the ability to work collaboratively with the governor on the use of CARES and ARP funding, we could have dealt with this sooner and not have to plead for help on behalf of our people, he concluded. Perhaps we'll hear from Frank a little bit later on.
10 grand for everybody?
No, that was 1,000. It's 1,000 per taxpayer.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I know. Well, here's the thing.
Joe Ada gave us
we want to be able to, give people enough money that they might be able to, a little breathing room, a little bit of a margin here to be able to survive these difficult times, but not enough to buy an airplane ticket off island. That's the thing. Because if it was a couple of grand,
you can never check out.
See ya. Okay, bye-bye. Got a cousin I got a cousin up in Seattle. He was talking about coming to Guam and visiting in August. I'm like, dude, maybe I'm going to come and hang out with you. Do you have a spare bedroom? Do you have a couch in that little big mansion that you've got? I'll live in the basement. Yes. I won't hardly make any noise, and I'll pay you with money I make from collecting aluminum cans in the neighborhood.
So if the emergency health authorization was no longer in place, would that mean the legislature might have more of a voice in how to spend that money?
No, I still don't think so.
I
think it's still I think it's still and has always been, regardless of whether we're in a public health emergency or not, in the purview of
the governor. Still gets to
governor.
spend it the way she wants to spend.
Yes, and currently they're trying to figure out how much we can grow the government of Guam with these federal dollars, as opposed to
like growing the private sector.
Yeah, like helping out the private sector.
Like maybe the $5 million that I'm looking for 3 years for Carl Gutierrez to go and bring in 10,000 jobs to the island.
Yeah, exactly.
I only want 5.
Exactly.
You got 300. Okay, the thing about it. I remember when we first began to talk about the military buildup. You know how long ago that was?
Oh, it's a lifetime.
We're talking almost 2 decades ago. We were first talking about this. The Marines coming here from Okinawa. And somebody at that time, I think it might have been the late Pete Atta, had brought up the fact that, one of these days, this is going to be done. It's going to be over with. I mean, those military dollars will have come and gone and been spent.
Yep.
And then we'll be back to normal military construction projects, which could be a few $100 million a year, but it's not going to be the billions.
Right.
And what are you going to do then if you have not built up the private sector to that point? You're still going to be then depending upon tourism, which is fragile, as we have seen. and then the military dollars. So we'll be right back where we started from before all this conversation took place in the late 1990s. So why don't we go out then and actively pursue organizations throughout Asia and wherever else to come here and bring companies and bring jobs into the private sector so that we can finally reduce government, finally then reduce taxes and make it, all in all, a better place to live and to prosper, rather than build up the government and go through the same cycles we've been going through now ever since.
Yep. And the response is, I still don't know.
Okay.
We still don't know. I'm not disagreeing with your idea.
$5 million over 3 years, maybe a little more over 5 years, and you can bring 10,000 jobs here, maybe more. And, I mean, it's worth the effort.
Space Force, or the private launching that they were talking about with Virgin. There are opportunities there. As I said, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez has numerous contacts around the Pacific, primarily in Taiwan, that have been looking at Guam for opportunities. In fact, little known fact, most of the green space in Tumon in that area of the island that has not yet been developed, it's on Taiwanese hands. These guys have got roots in the ground here, and it's just a question of what is the right economic climate, political climate too, maybe for them to reach out and start developing the properties that they've got here on Guam.
Politicians who are very concerned about their legacy, and that would be a governor, lieutenant governor, and senators, one day are going to have to pay the price on this. If they don't do anything about it, people are going to look back and say, what did you do during your administration, and how could you have allowed
so we could capitalize on all those good times? 81 days is the next reckoning. That's the primary election. At 7:26, Jerry Roberts is in the studio. Clearly, it must be time for today's Extra Point, being brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Do you feel trapped in your job? Do you work for a boss who not only doesn't appreciate your efforts and performance, but treats you poorly on top of that? Let's talk about a topic that is getting increased attention in today's workplace. That's next on the Extra Point.
Get big discounts on huge travel experiences with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. You can travel to destinations in the USA and receive 10% off selected United Airlines Premium Economy or Business Class airfares purchased through May 31st, 2022 when you use promo code FHB022. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com/United Fair Sale 10 for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
I've been told by some Guam workers that they dread going into work because their boss doesn't treat them well. I've seen the same story in online forums and groups, blog posts, articles, books, you name it. The examples I've seen and been told of often include lack of respect, no real appreciation for the work done, verbal abuse, zero praise, even being accused of faking illness to get time off, and it goes on from there. Right now, there are several million jobs back in the mainland that are still unfilled. Workers have a lot of options and may find it relatively easy to get away from abusive situations. In a place like Guam, where jobs are not as plentiful, the situation may not be so simple. To complicate matters, because wages are so low in many cases, somebody making a decent salary may feel they won't be able to match what they're now making if they quit, especially so with the cost of living steadily rising. Somebody making, let's say, $18 to $20 hourly isn't likely to walk away for half of that in an entry-level job elsewhere. They'll stay put, absorb the bad behavior and negativity being layered onto them, and just tough it out. Sometimes, sadly, they don't feel they deserve any better. Let me paraphrase an old story. A bottle of water at Home Depot may cost as little as 25 to 30 cents when bought in a 24-pack. The same bottle in the supermarket is about $1. At a gas station or mom-and-pop store, maybe $1.50. In a hotel store, it could be up to $3. At an airport, I've seen it as much as $4. The bottle and the brand is the same. The only thing that changes is the place. Each of them has placed a different value on the exact same product. So what does that mean to you? When you're treated badly and made to feel that you're worth nothing, change places. Go where you are given the value that you deserve. Surround yourself with people who really do appreciate your worth. Don't settle for less. Even if you can't immediately leave because of the personal economics involved, make up your mind to do what you need to do. And here are some ideas that you may want to consider. Number one, give your boss a chance. Some employers are blind to how they treat people. They don't wake up every day with the intent to make your day miserable. They just have blinders on and go through their day not really thinking much about how they deal with people. Maybe they cope poorly with the challenges they face. Explain how you feel. It's possible you'll be surprised at the reaction you get. Maybe things can work out for you without you having to leave your current position. Number two, if the reaction is negative or there is no change, put the word out to your personal network that you are looking to make a career change and ask if anybody has a line on a job. Number three, do the same if you belong to a civic organization or a professional group. If you attend church, let the people you worship with know that you're looking for a new start. Number four, send your resume with an upbeat cover letter to companies you think you'd like to work for. Many jobs are unadvertised, and the timing may work in your favor if somebody is thinking of hiring someone with your particular skills. Number five, I've said this for years, finding a job is a full-time job. If you have to keep your current position, then leverage your free time and whatever relationships you have to find your next one. Stay focused, be professional, and continue to deliver value for your current employer, and then get moving on your future. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
7:31 in the morning. Very interesting comments coming out of Elon Musk over the last couple of days. You know, it's hard to do a show, in particular, a point where we're talking about somebody that seems to have been such a headline grabber over the last few weeks. Never mind, her depth thing is over, but the Elon Musk tweets continue, including one.
He's getting furious feedback on this.
Oh, it's crazy. Yeah. Well, on which one, though? I mean, he sent out a bunch of them, including this one. Total head count will increase, but salaried should be fairly flat. He says basically said hourly head count will increase. That is people that work hourly. Note this does not apply to anybody actually building cars, battery packs, or installing solar. So he's taken steps now to eliminate certain middle management and other positions and maybe get himself closer to the guys on the ground that are actually doing the work to make him his millions.
Yeah, I saw a letter that was from some group of employees. And it wasn't Twitter, it was Tesla guys, I think. Let me see if I can pull it up, and if so, I'll do it for tomorrow. But there was just incredible feedback, blowback on this deal of what he's talking about. Come on in, and do your work, and the reason sending a letter that if you don't do so, you got to leave.
The guy's going to leave. He's got to lead the charge.
Nuts.
There are statistics that people have been able to look at over the COVID months of people that were working from home. There it is. University of Chicago study found remote workers put in longer hours but were less productive. Effects that were especially pronounced if they were parents, if they were working longer, but they were less productive on the job that they were doing, and if they were taking care of kids at the same time, which many of them were, forget about it. Plus, you've got this whole routine here where we're communicating on WhatsApp and Zooms and emails to everybody, and it's interaction, but it ain't the same as sitting in a boardroom and hashing things out with another employee to come up with the best solution for whatever your problem happens to be.
Tesla is a creative company. It's obviously high tech. They are at the top of the food chain right now, at least, within terms of making electric vehicles and all. But they're not immune to problems. They can. The stock price fluctuates, and he's a billionaire 250 times over, and all that. But if they go through a period where their technology is not so good, and it goes down a little bit.
Or that another millionaire comes up with competitive piece.
Tesla could have problems. So he has the right to do this, and he's right in this respect. His particular position is he has to have people talking to each other because that's how the company prospers.
Cannot disagree, but he needs to be the flag bearer for other companies that are timid about going back to their employees because they think that all of their employees are going to quit if they're not given that hybrid work option. And in some cases, many of them are. Many of them can. Look, I'm a thought worker. I don't need to be in the office to do my job.
Yeah. Now, it'll be interesting to see if this builds and other companies jump in, what Biden will do. Because if you know, the whole woke thing, I mean, if he gets into this thing where he says, well, we're just going to give another stimulus package of some kind to workers who want to stay home, that would be disastrous.
Well, the country cannot afford to print any more money. 7:35 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point again, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Now time to jump into news and headlines with Monticello Tyron, being brought to you this hour by Lolita Kamet over at Hoffaday Realty, and she wants to make all of your dreams come true. In fact, that's like the motto of everybody in the office. Somebody comes in with a delightful challenge on real estate, they want to be the guys that tackle that. Also being brought to you by Rudy Rodolfo and his team over at Burger King. It's June. And congratulations to the graduates of 2022. And to congratulate, June has been declared, I think by executive order. Lulian Guerrero signed off on it. It is a I Love the Whopper month. So Wednesday is your day to go and get some more and get it free at Burger King. 7:35. Monticello Tyron now with big news and headlines. Hava, what happened?
Well, police are investigating a two-car collision that took place in Oka yesterday in Tamuning near the Payless. One person involved was taken to GMH and was said to be unresponsive. The second individual taken to Naval Hospital with less severe injuries. Police continue their investigation. Meanwhile, the governor's state of the island will be postponed at least by 2 weeks. This after a doctor told her to take a break. The governor is said to be recovering and doing incredibly well after she was treated for a respiratory infection. Meanwhile, North Korea has fired 8 short-range ballistic missiles toward the sea off of its east coast yesterday. This as South Korea and the U.S. wrapped up their military exercises involving an American aircraft carrier. The missiles were fired in succession for about 35 minutes consecutively. Japan says at least one of those missiles landed within its economic zone. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I got you. Looking at the time here, 7:36 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. We'll take a look at what's happening in traffic and hit you with some more tidbits of news and information and observations about life on Guam as the Ray Gibson Show continues.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef, it's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
Studio time 7:37 on my screen, and I'll get it up on your screen. A look at what's happening on Guam's roadways. We call it Right Now Traffic because using sophisticated technology that is attached to your phone, we can see what's going on around town. Still a little bit of traffic up in Jigo at Anderson Air Force Base. Otherwise, southbound Marine Corps Drive looking fairly clear until you get into the Dededo area. There is some intersection traffic. Baby stuff over at Waisang Song. A little bit more over at the Harmon Loop intersection. Then you've got 1 and 3 and 1 and 16. Micronesia Mall looks like things are running fairly slowly through that intersection right now. But once you get past that, should be just some basic stuff all the way into the downtown Agutnia area. Or if your final destination is in the Tamuring area, should be smooth going right now. You know, that changes rather rapidly. Have you seen how quickly these guys can close down? And I was biting my steering wheel the other day. There was growling, buddy. I was growling like Nick Frolowski. We'd gone from 3 lanes down to 2 lanes and then just 1. And it was I don't know. It didn't seem to look like it was related to the other construction that they were doing that shut down all of Northern Marine Corps Drive right around Docomo in the place.
Yes.
Did you get stuck in any of that stuff?
Yes, I hated it.
Yes. So we've just decided that from now on, when we're driving in order to avoid Marine Corps Drive at all costs, we will be going through Tumon more. right? I just never mind, because you never know when you're going to get stuck on Marine Corps Drive. So just if you need to bypass the whole thing, you get in down over by the West End, take the lovely drive southbound until you get to the Archbishop Circle. Then you get on Sal in San Antonio, make the turn over by St. Anthony's School, and get out over by Jimmy D's, right? You just avoid all of Marine Corps Drive, and the view's generally a whole lot better. 20 away from the top of the hour. That's your right now traffic on The Point.
Come into GTA today and show your dad you know what's best. Just in time for Father's Day, sign up for any smartphone on HPO with our Live Unlimited plan for only $55 a month and get a $100 Home Depot e-gift card too. New customers can also enjoy a $100 port-in credit. Now that's a deal that would make any dad proud. Terms and conditions apply. See stores for details or visit gta.net for more info. GTA, we start with dad.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
In 20 minutes, it'll be 8 o'clock in the morning. That's what I was trying to say during that GTA commercial. 20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number in this in the play. It's 797-8255 for the Me Machine. That's where I got this one here. It says a guy putting expensive gasoline in his car says, I sure could go for some of that $1.49 gas and some mean tweets right about now. But no. We had like the great uniter. Yeah, he's united everybody in bankruptcy. But portions of the program here brought to you by my friends over at Nissan. And a lot of times, I say, what are we going to do now, Joe? And Joe says, sell a new car from Nissan. But in this case, we're not selling a new car. I'm going to try to sell you on a used car, certified pre-owned cars over at Nissan. And they've come up with a gazillion reasons why you need to see them first. Before you see these used cars, first thing they do is a vehicle history research. Full 32-point inspection is performed on them. Each vehicle assigned to an ASE certified tech. Essential mechanical and or body work has been done. Interior, exterior, cleaned and detailed. Damaged parts repaired or replaced. And then they price it well below Kelley Blue Book. And why not? Let's go ahead and put a fresh, new, full tank of gas in there for you and top off all of the fuels. And they got a bunch of great rides there with a bunch of great prices attached to them. But this an Infiniti QX50, $17,995. All the great parts, super safe, and available right now, waiting for you over at Nissan. All kinds of different rides, all kinds of great prices at Nissan today. And I got 18 minutes away from 8 o'clock in the morning as we make our way through Monday. And let me just say, Bob Camacho, don't read any of the comments online. The Facebook Live, many of the viewers were not satisfied with the reaction here and kind of grumpy about the escapes over at the Department of Corrections. What is that? 3 since the governor has got you in charge. What have we got? The guy saying, how does a guy with red hair actually think he can escape and go unnoticed? All right, very, very good point. But interesting that they had intel on 22 other possible locations where he could have shown up at. Brennan Fausto online, Frank Kodiak Camacho says, good way to earn overtime. I think he's referring to the standing up of the emergency reaction center that they did over at the Department of Corrections. Harvey asking, he was in isolation. How did he just walk out in the first place? Pam Duvall asking, how did it happen? Well, guards weren't guarding. We'll find out just what the nature of all of that was. Harvey also saying all felons should be sent to mainland prisons. Then we won't have escapes and no recruiting issues to worry about over at the place. Plam says blah, blah, blah. Colin says nothing like having convicts escape DOC, then patting DOC on the back for catching them. Isn't that like breaking something to fix it, creating your own jobs? Pam Duvall says train dogs to watch. Trina says move DOC over to Cocos Island. The Cocos is. I like Cocos. Yeah. Isn't there another island that we could rent from Ralph Torres in the CNMI up? Because here's the other thing: is routinely every year, right around March, isn't there a thing called the Cocos Crossing where people get in the water and they will swim from Mauricio Pier all the way over to the place and back? They go back and back. Now that's one of the events. The other one is they'll take you by boat, drop you off over at the pier at Cocos Island, and then you can swim back. That's the thing. Now to me and you. Impossible. There's no way I could do it. I cannot make the swim. I couldn't go back and forth. I don't even know if I could just go in one direction. I'm just not that strong of a swimmer.
Too, man.
But baby, there are people that are like two of us big that do this on an annual basis. So it wouldn't take these guys all that long to train themselves into the ability to be able to swim back and forth from Cocos Island to Guam. Heck, there's even snakes on Cocos Island again. Let me see. Frank Meadow Bunker says that will work 2.2 miles to swim or walk. No one will make it to shore without getting caught. Somebody might be looking, yeah. But Luke S. and Angel, why is this guy still not fired after multiple escapes in as much as many weeks here? Talk about taking away guards' cell phones and issue them good old-fashioned two-way radios. And then, of course, Jeff Pleadwell says, privatize everything that Gov Guam fails in. And that's just another one of the places where we happen to see that taking place. 7:45 in the morning. Like I said, Bob, don't read any of the comments on Facebook. It'll just ruin your day. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Who have I got on one?
My Senator Frank Blas Jr.
Senator Frank Blas Jr.
Thank you for
on
the stimulus,
the line.
sir.
Yes. Just a conversation about stimulus. I took a look at it and read bits and pieces of that press release that Frank sent out. I got him on the line. Good morning, Alpha.
Biba. Good morning.
Nadero. Nice to hear from you. Hey, did you see in the newspaper? There's a picture of Dyron fixing up the Gold Star Memorial Monument.
At least he's doing something for a living.
Otherwise occupied, right? 7:46 in the morning.
Either that or he's flying all over the place.
What's that?
It's either that or he's flying all over the place.
Well, he's as I said, he's doing everything he can to maintain a busy lifestyle and schedule as a member of the comfortably retired class of 1980. At any rate, we still plugging away at it. You in the insurance game and the senator game, and me in the radio game, and taking a look now at how tough it is for everybody. I mean, this is the big headline. We're done with COVID. People ain't worried about getting sick anymore. They're worried about am I going to be able to put food on the table? Can I afford the groceries? Can I afford the gas? Can I afford the electricity? I'm sure that you're driving around the villages at nighttime. You're seeing a whole lot more families that are spending time outside of the house right now, waiting until it's cool enough to go inside so they don't have to worry about air conditioning the whole thing.
Oh, even in my own household, my wife comes up to me yesterday and says, can you water down the roof, please, so that we can cool the house down?
Yeah.
And it's all over the place. Yesterday I met a couple of people that said we read your article a couple of days ago and thank you very much. Please, we really need it. My power bill is up. I'm only working part-time, and it's becoming very difficult for me just to be able to buy the things that I need. And so I said, well, hopefully something gets. If there's any silver lining to this, I met with the Lieutenant Governor on Saturday. Saturday. And I said, I guess because the governor's on bed rest, you're going to take care of my letter. And he goes, what letter is that? And I said, well, the letter about the the consideration of stimulus for people, because people are suffering. And he goes, oh, don't worry, we got something in the works. I didn't know what that meant, but I appreciated that.
We needed it to be in the works about 3 months ago. We needed it to be in the works a long time ago. No surprise, the private sector has gotten hurt. This LEAP money that is out there, in comparison to the monies that are available, as far as I'm concerned, that they need to knock that thing up around $100 million to keep the private sector as engaged as possible as we start to welcome our tourists back from South Korea and Japan and Taiwan. I mean, they're coming in bigger numbers, but we still need some work in the private sector. There's still a whole lot of empty places in Tumon and Agana and East Agana and Tumuning.
And you're right in as far as we have the bigger numbers coming in, but we still have a whole lot to make up for. Just within the last 2 years, I mean, you're looking at maybe about 3.6, 3.8 million tourists, so that we can get back up to par.
Mm.
And that's going to take us some time to be able to get there. In the meantime, we've got a lot of employees, we've got a lot of families that continue to struggle. And so what I write to the governor, I said, Governor, you got at least $340 million in the American Rescue Plan monies that's still sitting there. And your administration is touting that there's going to be an excess in revenues of about $80 million.
Uh-huh.
Can we consider, please, helping our people, our people out here? And well, again, like I said, on Saturday, meeting with the lieutenant governor, he said they've got something in the works, and I hope that something in the works is real soon, because people have gotten their power bills lately.
Yeah, I got around to opening mine up, and then I thank God I was sitting down at the time. Because that was a big bite. I'm not going to be living in the poorhouse or anything. It just means that other monies that I wanted to use for other parts of my lifestyle, I can't use now because I got to pay the electric bill. Which means that any money that I was going to use to go over to ERC and get me some good roof paint, I'm not going to be able to do, or I won't be able to get as much, because it's otherwise gone to pay for my electric bill or my gas bill or my dining out bill or eating in a grocery bill. All those things are costing a whole lot of money, and we don't have too many other options in terms of being able to find ways to get out from under that. I'd love to be able to say, you know what, I'm going to drive myself home from work today, and if I want to go and do something else out in town, I can catch the bus. But we've got a lousy, underperforming mass transit system that isn't of any real value to the majority of people who might be thinking about that right now.
Well, and Ray, in the meantime, there's again over $340 million that's sitting in the account and waiting for other things to happen. Another thing that really, just last night I met up with a group of people, and they were extremely upset. They said, we can get $20 million to be able to build something at Epal Beach that we don't necessarily need right now, but yet we have people that are suffering, because they're not going to be able to make their bills. Remember, we've got people who are still trying to play catch up with the bills, and, with their lives, because they were laid off for many months. There are still people that still can't find jobs because there's no jobs available. And it's when you've got money sitting, and the government has got some money sitting, and albeit that this money was supposed to be used for to build certain facilities and whatnot, we've got to be able to look at the priorities. The priority here is we've got many individuals, families that are just one step away from financial catastrophe. They don't have any more money in the bank saved up. They used all of that already. Just to survive over the last 2 years. They've maxed out on their credit cards, if they had any credit cards. Okay, and so one of these days, if something goes wrong with a car or they need to go to the emergency room, they don't have that money to be able to make those repairs or to pay that hospital bill. Then what are we going to do?
Well, what a lot of families that have the capabilities right now are, they're starting to talk about moving, leaving town. Seem to take a look at the Guam Grabs or whatever. We've got that place on the Facebook, and there's all kinds of families that are leaving town, and it's not their military families. They're not rotating. They're local families that are deciding that I might be able to go and take my chances. They hear stories about all kinds of jobs in the United States that are going unfilled, saying, I'll do that job, and I'll be able to live someplace where they got good hospital and good schools, and where my dollar is going to go a little bit further. I don't have to worry about spending $14 for a gallon of milk and the kind of prices on gasoline that we are just seem to be destined to just be forced to take. And then making a good point. We've got all of these other fun government expenditures while the people of Guam are suffering. I'm looking at the Commission on Decolonization, and and looking at some of the things that they're going to be wanting to do, United Nations seminars and sessions and all these things where, oh, great, somebody in the government's going to get to go off island and talk smack about the United States to the United Nations. But around here, everybody else is going to sit around and go, that's great. You guys get to fly off to Washington, D.C. In the meantime, I'm trying to figure out whether I'm going to pay the electric bill or the water bill or my grocery card bill these days. It's absolutely tough on everybody. Frank, a couple other thoughts while I got you on the line here. Is we've got a serious crime problem. You're a cop, and you see how bad things are in your own village down the street from where you and I live. What are your thoughts on that? How are we going to wrap our head around what seemingly is an ICE problem, but there also seems to be a problem with just all kinds of people with nothing going on in their lives, just sitting around drinking beer, loitering?
And you hit it right head. The crime problem is basically spurred from there's a root to that problem, and for some people, again, they don't have a job, they become depressed, or they need to be able to find another means to be able to get an income, for lack of a better term, it's become easier now, unfortunately, to be able to bring in, drugs like methamphetamine. I spoke to an individual last week, and when you've got the minority population, when you got individuals who we don't normally would associate with drug use, or much less drug use, now are peddling the drugs themselves, it's become a very serious and a major issue. While law enforcement may be strapped and being able to do a number of things. And there's a number of neighborhood watch programs, but there's still, a lot of crime. There's still a lot of things that are going on. I think that one of the things that we're probably going to need to do is pull the resources that we have within the law enforcement community, and set up strike task forces, strike teams, and go in there and just back in the old days we used to call it shock and awe.
Yeah,
it's just go in there and just make your presence known, go, and for lack of a better, tag them and bag them. But you got to, we've got to be able to do something, and we got to do something quick before somebody gets seriously hurt, or innocent bystanders or individuals get killed. Remember, nothing to do with drug use, but a couple of weeks ago when you had those individuals down at Paseo, one wielding the machete and the other one just, nonchalantly is going up and shooting.
Pow, pow, pow.
But, the thing that I saw in that video is, the reactions from many of the people, it's like, oh, we expected it. That's what got me more.
You would think that when somebody started firing rounds, even if it was in the air, just that noise would have sent people scattering. And you're right, it did not seem to have that kind of effect. It might have put down whatever the threat was immediately, but it's not as though everybody started ducking for cover at the sound of the gunshot. 7:56. I'm going to play a video on the screen here, and it's one of the things that refers to an event that occurred up in Agana Heights, where this guy has noted now for several days there's just a bunch of dudes, Micronesian fellas, just kind of sitting around with nothing else to do but drink beer, basically on family property, and he confronted them about this. The audio on this is clean, Joe, so you can hear it. But I want you to hear. It also sounds like the guy is afraid to have confronted these guys, and when you get to the end of the video, you'll see why.
Yeah.
Hey guys. It's the third time I asked. You guys can't be here. I was told to do this, man. I mean, I got no choice. Family, dude.
So the guy's talking back to him.
The family's property.
This looks like the lead thug now getting up.
I mean, if you guys got somewhere else you can go, just go there, man. This is your hood, or this is your landlord? Yeah.
Wow. The guy throws a rock at the dude's face. And so, even in confronting these guys to get off of not their property, the guy was assaulted by them. Fortunately, it looks like arrests have been made. But my guess is that this kind of thing plays out time and time again on Guam. And I agree with the mayor of Agana Heights. We cannot let them take over our village.
Yeah, and when we say we cannot let them, it's the criminal element. It's the individuals that really don't have basically any morals. I gotta say this. and just want to just freely do what they want to do. And I think that, granted that the mayor may have been talking about one specific ethnicity. I tell you what, there's enough wealth to go around, if you will. With the other ethnicities, to include the Chamorros. What we've got to do is we've got a serious moral problem, on the island, and there's got to be different ways. In the meantime, again, law enforcement pull the resources together, create the task forces.
Well, arrest guys and then put them in jail or deport them. I don't understand why we are not deporting in much higher numbers. I don't think there's been one deportation since Lulian Guerrero got into office. I know Eddie did a whole bunch of them, and if we get all the mileage bank money and get these guys on a plane and get them out of here. Unfortunately, though, I also think that there's a whole bunch of them that might have already been born and raised on Guam under those circumstances, where they don't respect the law and understand how to game our system. I think that's another big problem, is you can put together as many task forces as you want to, affect as many arrests and collars as you want to, but we got meek prosecutorial blood over at the Attorney General's office, and meek judges that don't feel like putting anybody away and giving anybody any decent and eyebrow-raising sentences to get the word to the rest of the community that if you're arrested for a crime on Guam, we're going to throw the book at you. We will start at life sentence and let you negotiate down.
I think that one of the other things is there got to be more serious discussions with the negotiators and with the United States government. And being able to pull some of the resources that, they've got DHS resources, they got INS resources that are here too. Where go around and see for yourself, and see that a lot of these crimes are being committed by individuals who, the agreements that were set up with the compacts as to what they're going to do here, they're not doing. So we got to be able to take care of this. For them to say, oh well, we got to wait for them to get prosecuted. Okay, we'll prosecute them in your courtroom.
Right. Yep, and start on that yesterday. After 8 o'clock in the morning, Frank, we got to get together a little bit more often. We'll talk about this, and let me know what the response, besides, we're working on something, is from the lieutenant governor, the acting governor, or Governor Lulian Guerrero. People need some relief right about now.
I appreciate it. I'm going to stay on top of it. Thanks a lot.
All right, buddy. That's that. Time for Fox News. KUSG, I got you.
Get it out. But I think Joe Biden actually wants high gasoline prices so he can force people into electric vehicles. Remember, as a candidate, he said he absolutely guarantees he will eliminate fossil fuels.
The White House says the president does not set gas prices, and the buck stops with oil companies. The last day of a royal celebration. Today's festivities of Platinum Jubilee commemorating Queen Elizabeth's 70 years on the throne featured a procession from Westminster Abbey to Buckingham Palace. Her Majesty also waved to tens of thousands of adoring fans from the palace balcony. Elizabeth is Britain's longest reigning monarch. America is listening to Fox News.
2022 GSPN Boys Volleyball All-Star Game presented by the Guam Army National Guard goes down Sunday, June 12th at the FD Phoenix Center. The best high school players from both the public and private schools will put their talents on display, coached by the champion coaches. Watch it live at the Phoenix Center or streaming on GuamSportsNetwork.com, powered by IT&E. The 2022 GSPN Boys Volleyball All-Star Game, June 12th.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Listening to Fox News.
The House committee investigating the Capitol Hill riot last year holds its first public hearing this week. Last week, the Justice Department declined to prosecute two former Trump administration officials who defied subpoenas from the committee.
It's I think, a grave disappointment and could impede our work if other witnesses think they can likewise refuse to show up with impunity.
House Democrat Adam Schiff on CBS's Face the Nation. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden briefly evacuated from their vacation home in Delaware yesterday after a small private plane accidentally entered restricted airspace. The White House says there was no threat to the Biden family and precautionary measures were taken. The Supreme Court will resume issuing opinions on pending cases tomorrow.
There are over 30 total, one being the standout abortion rights case Dobbs v. Jackson's Women's Health. A draft opinion by Justice Alito that was leaked last month created a firestorm for the court. While it's not exactly clear when an opinion on that will be issued, the investigation into the source of the leak is heating up. 2 immigration cases are also set to be decided on, one being whether the Biden administration is able to do away with the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy. The other asylum-related case questions whether states should be allowed to intervene and defend a rule if the federal government does not.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff in Washington. SpaceX gearing up for a pair of launches this week.
Elon Musk's SpaceX has 2 launches on their plans for this week. On Wednesday, one of their Falcon 9 rockets is set to deliver a satellite to orbit called Nilesat. It's a broadband communication satellite that will provide service in Egypt. On Friday, another Falcon 9 will send a cargo-filled Dragon capsule to the International Space Station to resupply the facility. It's SpaceX's 5th automated resupply mission under its contract with NASA. In Broward County, Florida, Eben Brown, Fox News.
I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off a day, it's 8:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Well, police are investigating a 2-car collision that took place early yesterday morning that sent 2 people to the hospital. 1 person was sent to GMH unresponsive. No update on the condition this morning. Meanwhile, another individual was taken to Naval Hospital with less life-threatening injuries. An investigation again underway. Meanwhile, police are searching for a 25-year-old man who was wanted for questioning regarding multiple ongoing criminal investigations. A wanted flyer was put out on Friday looking for Stephen Michael Salas. Salas is believed to be armed with a black pistol. They warned residents not to approach him. Salas was last seen in late May at Gura 501. He had green hair at the time, according to the flyer. Also from the Guam Daily Post, 2 of the men who witnesses alleged had damaged cars with machetes at Paseo and Agana have been released from prison. Superior Court Judge Jonathan Kwan dismissed all charges without prejudice against defendant 28-year-old Harrison Sony because prosecutors lacked a probable cause to bring the case to trial. His co-actor, 23-year-old Marcin Quintin, was released on $2,000 personal recognizance and ordered to stay away and have no contact with several others involved in the incident. Another person who was arrested in connection with that is 23-year-old Narsum Marcian. He remains held on $2,000 cash bail. The pair face charges of aggravated assault, reckless conduct, and disorderly conduct. 3 other individuals charged with the shooting portion of that incident have all been charged separately and have all been released. Meanwhile, the judiciary of Guam's proposed a policy that would ban all audio and video recordings inside public areas and common areas of the courthouse. The judiciary states in its draft policy that the ban is part of the branch's commitment to maintain decorum and order in its facilities and ensuring a safe and non-threatening environment for all court patrons and employees. The ban wouldn't apply to any of their official ceremonies in the common areas, but as reported in the Post, the judiciary held a roundtable discussion with multiple news media outlets over the weekend or last week. That includes the Guam Daily Post, the Pacific Daily News, KUAM, and PNC News, all of which opposed the ban, saying it shows a lack of transparency on the part of the judicial branch. Now, the Judicial Council will meet, make a final decision later whether to move forward with the plan or make changes to the proposal altogether. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
There are just 81 days until the primary election, and while an appropriations bill didn't pass the legislature to fund the early voting, the Election Commission says everything is still a go. The Commission Executive Director says even without a funding bill, plans for the early and in-office voting will continue. Maria Pangilinan says that she'll likely have to move some money around as they wait for the appropriation, which may come in June. Pangilinan says that they do have ample funds to secure the lease with the Westin and hire more people. Bill 281 would have appropriated a little over $600,000 to the Election Commission to conduct the primary election and early in-office voting. Bill was not added to the session agenda for the May meeting. And Guam's source tourism market continues to relax restrictions, and more tourists making their way to the island with increased flights coming in. Major carriers are coming in from Korea, and additional flights expected to continue through July. The same goes for Japan. The GVB is hoping to get more travelers as well from Philippines. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
So on Guam Foodies, which is a very, very popular destination in the Facebook world, Eddie Joe Cruz writes, "Hey guys, on a Friday night, when you go to a restaurant and finish eating, it's really rude just to just sit there and have conversation. Not only are you holding other people from eating, you're also holding up that server section and keeping them from making money. Eat your food, enjoy your food, and go. It's simple. Talk in the parking lot. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk."
Skedaddle. Honda.
Yeah, but what restaurant is he talking about? Are we talking about fast food, or are we talking about a fine dining?
Anywhere. It could be literally be anywhere.
Gosh, because I'm guilty of that, and I'm
like
sorry.
to have coffee and talk, Ray.
Right?
But if I go,
this thing has got 96 counts. People don't care about COVID. I think they're even looking the other way on like crime in the village and whatever, right? It's hey, you know what? I got a bone to pick with this guy. I'm not sure if I line up with Eddie Joe Cruz.
No, because
you know what?
I go, and I don't always go out, but when I do, I want to sit and chat and, catch up.
Sure, absolutely.
Sometimes it takes an hour after I've finished my food.
Mm-hmm. Well,
but I'm drinking still, likely.
Right, and then there's other people, they kind of slow eaters. What can I say? I was watching somebody the other day.
Except one exception, though, is at Rotary Sushi. If I notice there's a line, I'll eat my stuff and not stick around for an extended period.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Now that
It's
they
one of
have a
those
bigger
things. I came
restaurant.
in, I have a good time. The deal is, though, and this is going to become more chronic because, as I said earlier, we've got way too many mouths out here, and we've got too few butts, as in restaurants, to put people in. You want to get to eat over at CPK in Tumon? Yeah, guess what, guys? That's going to be tricky because the place starts filling up about 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
And the alternative
cranks.
is, if that guy's a restaurant worker and wants more tips, people could take it to go, right? And then you lose out on your tip altogether, I think.
There's a whole lot. There's a whole lot to unpack here, and literally 96 people. When I clicked on this at 8:30 yesterday
so 96
morning,
people don't agree with him.
there was a lively conversation. It was a lively. Nobody brought up Nazi Germany or anything like that. But I think maybe it might be. Yeah, that's the way it was in Hitler's time. I don't know about now. Here we are. It's a freedom to just eat in peace. Hey, do me a favor. Tell Cousin Troy we'll catch up with him in a little bit.
Okay, Roger that.
Because this is going to be an interesting phone call right after. Last look at weather here. It's going to be hot. Daytime highs today near 88 with a heat index. It'll feel like 98. Mostly sunny. Today we'll get some relief tonight when the sun goes down, but not a whole lot. 6:46 is when we're talking about sunset. About the same thing for tomorrow. Mostly sunny during the day. Mostly cloudy at night. Sunset 6:46. We had sunrise early this morning about 5:53. I expect that to happen identically tomorrow as well. It's 8:13. That's news and weather together on The Point.
Hafide Guam, this is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Our teams at Public Health and GITA are rolling out several new programs to make childcare more affordable for working families while supporting childcare providers and growing jobs. Programa ni Pinila ni Famaguan Guahan launched on April 5th, and we've expanded eligibility so thousands more families now qualify. Please visit guamchildcare.com to learn more about these programs and apply for relief today.
This ad is paid for with federal funds and administered by the Department of Public Health and Social Services.
Hafa-day, Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
8:14. There's still some great goodness waiting for you over at Subway. Eat Fresh, Refresh going on all the time. Angus roast beef is what they're putting on the sandwiches these days. You can get it by itself, or you can have it with Black Forest ham and turkey. Really, really great flavors that they've got there. And throw some cheese on that. Maybe ask for some extra cheese and make it a melt. A Subway Refresh with great tasting Angus beef, Angus roast beef on your multi-grain bread with all the veggies and toppings, just the way you like it at Subway. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Oh, that can't be Ray Gibson. He has a disheveled appearance. The man on the television screen looks homeless. So I got a haircut. I promise I'll work on getting a haircut maybe this week. Maybe this week. I don't know. I'm lazy to get it done. I'm lazy.
Mullet, man.
Thinking about it, bro. I'm thinking about it. Maybe just, high and tight on the sides. And then do the whole thing in the
feather
back.
down there in the bottom.
You never know. 8:16 in the morning, 888-825-588-TALK. Got an email from Ken Leon Guerrero in the last few minutes that said something about waste to energy. Why the public opposition to this project is so strong. He wants to do a virtual public meeting with members of the Mayor's Council. Why the public opposes waste to energy. This is a project that the MCOG willingly allowed supporters time to do a presentation at the weekly meeting, and since there is opposition within the MCOG to provide equal time for opponents to present to the mayors, I've scheduled a public presentation, and I will review the documentation that disputes the points made by GRRP. Ken, I don't know if Ken saw this morning's newspaper, but it seems to me that there might already be some reactions within the Mayor's Council on dealing with a resolution that would have supported, I believe, the waste to energy. We know that Dave Sablon, who's on the line, went down there recently to talk before the Mayor's Council, and I think they were looking at preparing some kind of a resolution that I think is hit some stumbling blocks there. Dave Sablon's on the line and can give me an idea of what the heck John O'Connor is writing about in this morning's Daily Post. Good morning, Dave.
Hey, good morning, Ray, and good morning to your listeners and to everyone in the studio there.
No, it's great to have you online to talk about waste energy. I think about you and when I'm looking at my electric prices going up through the roof, wondering, wouldn't it be great if we had some kind of meaningful alternative to burning expensive oil in the machines that make electricity? Oh, wait a second, we do. We just have spent the last 30 years trying to deal with the politics of waste to energy.
Yes, it's been a difficult uphill climb, but I can't give up. This is a very beneficial project for the people, and we all know how it works. You burn your trash, you reduce the volume, and you just spread the ash around the ground, and you're not harming the environment, whether it be the soil, the air, or the water. So,
it's ash. It's inert.
Yes, that's right, and the ash will be treated before it actually be brought down to the landfill that it lives on. So it is very beneficial, and I disagree with Ken saying that there's strong opposition in the public. That is not true. I've gone to meetings with the public in different villages, in Arahan, for example, where the landfill is located, or in the Malolo area, and 100% of the people in that meeting supported waste to energy. And it was a meeting actually hosted by Mayor Tony Chargaloff, and he invited the Solid Waste Authority officials down there, and they were fielding comments and complaints from the people about the stench that blows across Inarahan village and Malolo village, and the high school in particular, where the kids have to actually get out of the classrooms when that stench gets so strong. And I stood up and I addressed the Solid Waste Authority, and I addressed the people, and I said, we have a solution. We just need to burn the trash, and as a byproduct, we can produce electricity to offset the cost of that service of burning the trash. And everybody started saying, absolutely, we know. And in fact, they pointed to the solid waste officials and said, listen to Dave Sablon. And I couldn't believe it, but I don't believe that there's strong public opposition. The mayor's tabled this, and I don't disagree with that. I was listening to it on the Zoom meeting, and Mayor Alec, basically the president of the Mayor's Council, said, why don't we table this and let's just discuss this by itself, the waste to energy project and this resolution that is before us. And a lot of, the motion failed to not support the resolution. So I've been communicating with Mayor Alec as to when this meeting would be, and I'd be very happy to come and discuss it more. Now, I wanted to present the whole project to the mayors, but they only gave me 15 minutes, so I couldn't do it. But if they're going to give me more time, I can actually give them the full scoop of everything from the contract, how much it's going to cost. And one thing that needs to be understood, Ray, and this is where Ken Leon Guerrero is also wrong. He's saying it's going to cost the government $200 million for this project. I saw the email, by the way, that he sent to everybody. That is not true. This is a private project. All the people need to know or concern themselves about is how much is it going to cost me for this service? The contract has been signed already by the governor. In fact, it was signed by Governor Joe Ada, Attorney General Elizabeth Barrett Anderson, Chuck Crisostomo, the GITA administrator at the time. When the license was transferred from International Energy Enterprise that was awarded to them in 1982, GRP bought the license in 1990. These officials signed off on it. And then the contract was negotiated. This is the operating contract that emanates from the license. And that was negotiated during the Joe Ada administration and signed by acting Governor Madeline Bordallo, Calvin Halloway, Attorney General at the time. These officials. So we have a contract. All we're trying to do here is implement the contract. There's no need to do a buy-in with the public. These officials represent the public. So, when Mayor Gogui was advising the Mayor's Council about his motion to not support the resolution to support the waste energy and the contract with GRP, he kept on saying, is there a buy-in from the public? Is there a buy-in from GITA? There's no need. It's all been bought in already. We just have to implement it. But there are some naysayers, detractors, and people that are spreading misinformation about this thing, and maybe in some regards, disinformation, because they know the truth, but yet they don't want to admit it. And this is where I come in, and I'm saying, look.
Well, I think maybe there needs to be a little bit more by way of like marketing for the idea, marketing the concept out there, and say it's waste energy, it's incineration, but we don't like to use that word. The words that we're looking for is waste to energy. We're going to take something that you are throwing away. We're going to use that to make energy that is not oil, that will end up being cheaper for the power authority to be able to sell back to you. So that the same reason why we go crazy over all these alternative forms of energy is because it can come in cheaper than gasoline and oil.
Exactly.
So why is that such a bad thing? Is we get to, that's how you get the public buy-in. Is you get people, especially now that we're looking at a $300 power bill 2 months ago that is now $550, and they go, whoa, wait, something has got to break here. We got to get out from under oil, and we're sitting literally in an ocean of trash that we ought to be able to burn and make electricity out of. I am a little bit concerned, and maybe you can tell me what you think Mayor Alec had to say about a zero waste initiative. I've seen and heard of zero waste initiatives. I don't think that moves us in the right direction when it comes to dealing with solid waste.
Not quite. I mean, you'll never achieve zero waste, but it's a great goal to go after. And if you just can't do anything in terms of recycling the plastics and the rubber tires and whatnot, then we can burn it. All of that is good stuff to burn because it increases the efficiency of the heat, and therefore you have a very strong production of electricity coming out at the other end of the generator. So, it can work with a zero waste goal, as part of, we can't do any more recycling. We've recycled plastics 10, 13 times, 15 times. Maybe at this point it's useless. So, let's just throw it in the trash can and burn it.
That's why it's called trash.
I can tell you right now, Ray, that a portion of all these plastics that you and I put in our green trash bins that's collected bi-weekly from the Guam Solid Waste Authority, the good portion of that ends up in the landfill because they just don't have a market for recycling plastics off Guam. So, they put it in the landfill. Certainly we can burn that if we have a waste-to-energy facility. But I want to say one more point very quickly, and that is there is a movement within the public. I am talking with a lot of people that are saying, Dave, what can we do to help you? These are grassroots folks, Ray. This is where the importance of support comes from. Is from the grassroots, and the mayors are great representatives of that. And I can tell you the 10 mayors at that meeting that abstained because they want to hear a little bit more about, this project. I believe that they're strongly supportive of this. It's just a matter of, let's just get to that point where, they feel comfortable. And I think that's the point that Mayor Alec wanted to bring up, is that let's just have a special meeting then to just discuss this. Great. I agree with it.
When do you suppose that meeting is going to take place?
Well, I've been asking. I gave the mayor my schedule, for the month of June, and I said, just any one of those days, but make sure you put it through the process of what the open government law requires, which is I think 2 weeks or 10 days before the actual meeting. Make sure that it's just one subject matter so that we can concentrate and focus on that. And then I think 3 days before the actual meeting, you've got to put another public announcement. And I'm ready. I mean, there's nothing to hide here, Ray. This is transparent. And as far as the court case is concerned, that's a bad faith court case. It has nothing to do with the contract, with the validity of the contract. It's a lawsuit that says, hey, government, you haven't been cooperating with us. That's bad faith. Now, come on. If you cooperate with us, this lawsuit goes away. And if you don't want to cooperate with us, then pay the $20 million lawsuit and we'll go away, and you can take the contract and throw it away if that's what you want.
No. Pay you, take the contract. Let GPA go ahead and mark that to whatever companies they want to come in, and then they can, because they like to do that public-private.
Right?
What's that?
Whoever holds that license is grandfathered from that no incineration law of December 2000. Anybody who holds that license, and right now it's with GRRP, and the operating agreement that goes along with that is all valid and enforceable. So if GPA wants to buy that, I'm open to negotiating it with them. But something's got to be done, and I don't care who does it.
I'd like to sit down. I'd like to be in on that luncheon when you and JB start talking about the possibilities, because it seems to me that I don't know, maybe just get it out of the hands completely of the legislature, the governor, and all of the other people that seem to either don't understand the concept or are unwilling to learn about things that maybe have changed in the world of incineration, waste energy projects, and things like that. And then just give it over to John and let the people over at the Guam Power Authority handle it the same way that they put out bids for the new factory, the new power plant, or these solar power plants. It's just another form of electricity that they would be able to license to somebody.
They don't even need to put it out to bid. The license is there already. That was properly done with a request for proposal bid approach. So whoever holds that.
No, I mean
license
to actually construct the waste energy plant.
Yeah.
They just run that the same way that they did with KEPCO, and the same way they're doing it with the other Koreans that are doing all the solar work that they're up to.
Or support GRP and let's get it done as a community.
Well, this is one of those things is like self-determination. We have a lot of the basketball keeps moving up and down the court, but nobody's actually trying to take a shot. So I appreciate what you're doing over at the Mayor's Council, and I hope that they take up your invitation for a longer presentation very, very soon, because we are at a point here economically, and I think this is something that you keep track of. We know what's happening with oil. We know that the war in Ukraine is not going to be going away. There is now pressure on the system. It doesn't look like Biden wants to do anything to return the United States of America to energy independence, as was the case before he was sworn in. So it looks like this is the new normal that they were talking about. And it's expensive. Yeah. It's an expensive new normal.
Yes. Right. I agree. Everything you said is absolutely correct. And this is an alternative that can support cheaper electrical energy. That's really the bottom line. But the other side of the coin is we get rid of solid waste. We incentivize and motivate our people, and in fact, some of the people that I've been talking with are looking at a program to present to the government that says, why don't we stop throwing trash in the boondocks and let's incentivize bringing it to the waste energy facility, and the government will partner with GRP and help, and pay for that rather than sending it off island where there's no market for plastics, whatever. Let's pay the people some of that money that came in from the federal government to bring the trash to a facility that's going to burn it rather than the Luzon landfill by itself.
Right.
I was talking with this person, Ray, and I said, that's a great idea,
Wasn't it me? Didn't I say that? I'm positive I made a reference.
Did you patent that?
Well, it's the upside of being able to say all of a sudden is we've got something now that has value. Dave Sablon, GRP, whoever it is going to say we're going to take all comers here. You want trash? We'll pay you for the trash that you got, because it means that we don't have to otherwise go and collect it from any other sources. So I think there could be opportunities for people the same way that when you and I were little kids and we wanted to get the deposit on bottles, we'd go and scrounge around the neighborhood for enough bottles to take back to Addis to be able to get enough nickels back so that we could buy another big bottle of Pepsi or whatever. There are going to be people scouring the villages looking for all the tires under people's houses and people's backyards in the boonies to get those, because there will be a market for that trash.
Yes, there can be. Now, as far as GRP is concerned, the contract basically is just to provide the incineration service and the production of electricity. But if we partner with the government, we have the what is that fund, the abandoned vehicle fund? Maybe some of that money can be used to incentivize the people to bring trash. But at this point, it's all going to go to the Luzon landfill, which is really not a very good place because of the environment, issues. But if we had a waste energy facility, it makes a lot of sense, and I'm sure a lot of people say, hey, we don't have to worry about sending these plastics off island. The government is partnering with this company to, so that they can increase the fuel basically for the waste energy facility and produce more electricity, cheaper power that GPA will buy and then charge us. Great idea to put together. And it's a great partnership, in my opinion, that can work.
Hope you get the time with the mayors to reconfigure, reconfigure some of the thinking over there, and let them know that there is significant buy-in already. 8:31 in the morning. One last thing before I let you go. Has nothing to do with GRP or waste energy or any of that stuff. It's just that you're a kind of a big Republican conservative style thinker these days. What are you hopeful about anything? I'm looking at midterms and some of the primaries that are taking place right now, and I'm getting a little bit of hope on that. But is there any thinking that you've got in your head, any kind of assurance that we will see a return of some kind of common sense value into Washington, D.C.?
I haven't been looking at what's going on at the national level, but I can certainly say that there is a red wave that's going to happen. I mean, the midterms is going to certainly put President Biden in check and all of his policies. That's why they're going haywire, trying to get everything passed as soon as they can. But it ain't going to happen. Once this November election comes through, Republicans take over the House and probably the Senate as well with enough majority votes, then Biden is checkmated until the end of his term if it doesn't happen sooner. with an impeachment possibly.
I got my fingers crossed, hoping for something like a red wave around here. I think the marketing geniuses in the Republican Party of Guam need to start putting together that old campaign. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?
Yeah, and put through a platform of what are we going to do to fix this situation that we're in now.
I don't know.
Agree.
You got any ideas on that? I mean, shore up the private sector.
I got to focus on one thing at a time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, take care of the private sector as much as we possibly can, and make sure that we've got a thriving middle class. But I got a feeling that a whole bunch of middle class folks are looking at Hawaii and Seattle and California and Texas and Arizona, going, well, things aren't happening the way I want them to happen, or as quickly as we'd like to see them happen on Guam. Maybe it's time to go and take our chances, find some other Chamorro communities in the States and go live there.
I see that happening, and I have friends that are considering it. Fortunately, they're able to do that if they want to. But I keep telling them, why don't you contribute to help fix our community? Do something. I mean, private sector or in the government. But to each his own, I guess, at that point. But we got to do something to keep our people here. We don't want a brain drain here.
No, you and I both lived through a couple. 8:34 in the morning. Dave Sablon, I appreciate your time as usual, and good luck over at the Mayor's Council and the Governor's Office. Closing in on time for our last big look at news and headlines. Thank you, Dave, and that is coming up after these messages.
Come into GTA today and show your dad you know what's best. Just in time for Father's Day, sign up for any smartphone on HPO with our Live Unlimited plan for only $55 a month, and get a $100 Home Depot e-gift card too. New customers can also enjoy a $100 port-in credit. Now that's a deal that would make any dad proud. Terms and conditions apply. See stores for details or visit gta.net for more info. GTA, we start with Dad.
Hey there, folks. It's me, KFC's Extra Crispy Colonel. My KFC Extra Crispy Chicken is freshly double-breaded and fried to a luxurious, mouth-watering bronze. You see, Extra Crispy KFC Chicken isn't just a product, it's a lifestyle.
And for a limited time, KFC's delicious egg tarts are back. Pick up your KFC Extra Crispy Chicken meal and an order of egg tarts at your favorite KFC today. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
$8:35. This is one of those reasons why I'm really glad that people are pushing the open government laws, because now everybody's got to put their agendas out there so we can see what's going on in the meetings. The Commission on Decolonization has published theirs for the meeting that's going to take place tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. So after the call to order, roll call, approval of minutes, financial report, new business, old business, they're going to continue conversations about the Whanaogi Chamorro exhibit update, the DOI TAP grant projects, the self-determination study launch, a plebiscite update. We're a plebiscite?
What?
We're going to have a vote? Is it going to be in the next election here in this plebiscite update that they're going to talk about? UN updates, including the UN C24 regional seminar, UN C24 substantive sessions, office updates, task force updates, open floor, and adjournment. But yet more conversation and more time and arguably money being wasted over at the Commission on Decolonization, talking about these relationships that they have with the United Nations. And, from where I sit, I haven't heard anything about the United Nations sending any money over here that's going to...
They don't do that, right?
Didn't we all, when we were little kids, have to go out with the UNICEF boxes?
Yes.
Yes, Mana? Are you watching yourself?
You're online.
I am online.
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm just wondering, is all this money... Did the UN send us any money that... what about no STEMI from the United Nations? Did we not... What about, I know they sent us vaccines, right? No, wait, that wasn't them. They gave us those test kits. No, what about, nothing. I'm just trying to figure from what good things flow to Guam as a courtesy of the United Nations. Just asking, because they seem to be spending a lot of time talking about that over at the Decolonization Commission. It's 8:37 in the morning. Mana Silva Tyron now has that last big look at news and headlines. Mana, what happened?
Well, 2 people were sent to the hospital following a 2-car collision in Oka yesterday. One person was unresponsive at the time time after he was extricated from the car. His condition this morning is not known. Another person was taken to Naval Hospital with less severe injuries. Police, meanwhile, put out a flyer last week looking for a 25-year-old man wanting a connection with multiple ongoing criminal investigations. The wanted flyer looking for Stephen Michael Salas. He's believed to be armed. Anyone who knows of his whereabouts should stay away. There are just about 80 days left until the primary election, and while appropriations bill didn't pass the legislature to fund the primary election and early voting, the Election Commission says that plans are still moving forward. Maria Pangolina says they do have enough money to move around at least until the legislature addresses the appropriations, possibly this month during session. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
It's time for me to complain about something again.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, no. It's,
well, it's Monday.
Yeah, Monday. Yeah. So I get into my office this morning, and there's a package on my desk.
Is it for me?
And I'm looking at it. Wait a second. It's got my name on the sender side. Did I send myself a package?
You sent that.
So so I'm a Stitch Fix guy. I get it's a boxing service. So once every 3 months now, I get a fix from Stitch Fix, and they send me a bunch of new pants and shorts and shirts and things like that I get to wear. I went through this process where I showed them, what my style was, what my tolerances were. One way or no rainbow clothes for me.
Okay.
All right. So I tell them that, and then they send me. There's a stylist there that will send me what they think I'm going to like. Well, normally everything looks good, but recently they've been sending me kind of bulkier clothes, and I'm like, dude, this is Guam. It's permanent summer here, so I'm going to send this back to you, right? So they give you a bag. It's a self-addressed stamped bag, so that when you send it back, all you got to do is put your clothes back in the bag, and you put it in a thing, and then they get it. But in this case, it was returned to me by the post office.
So does that mean you end up paying for it if it's not returned in a specific time?
I'm just going to hold on to it until for the next fix. But there's important customer information. We regret that your mail was not collected or is being returned to you due to heightened security requirements.
Oh, no.
All mail that bears postage stamps and weighs more than 13 ounces must be taken by the customer to a retail service associate at a post office. Do you know what this means?
Yeah, you got to stand in line.
I gotta go to the post office. I gotta find a parking at the post office and risk somebody breaking into the car.
No.
And then I gotta go inside, stand in a line. Then I gotta give this to him.
I think they just want it received at the desk. So what you do is go to Barragata.
Yeah.
You don't have to stand in line. Just go to the
side.
The little side
Like
where
a
they
big
have
shot.
that rolling.
Like on a big shot.
Yep.
Guy.
Everybody's going to eyeball you, Ray.
And then you just put it down and just say, thanks, Pat, and leave.
Or can I just, you know what? I run over on Teedzin on the post office side. So maybe just throw it over. Tammy, meet me in the back. Meet me at the loading dock. I got something for you, Tammy. So this is me. I'm complaining because it was an unexpected also thing, and I'm just wondering, does this only apply to Guam? Is this something that other Stitch Fix people are having to deal with in the States? Hey, Joe, what time are you going to the post office today?
Oh, man, I can't. Agate's getting their mail at my post office. It's crazy.
That's right. That's right. Agate is going up to your place now. Oh, my God. 841-888-8255, 888-TAL. Okay, I'm just going to jump into this call. It's my very close friend, dear personal friend, Shawnee Gumatau, who is spending some time now working basically for his old boss, Felix Camacho. And you guys have got something going tonight, don't you?
Hey, good morning there, Ray, and good morning, Joe and Mona. Can't forget her.
Sean.
But good morning, everybody. But yes, a little bit of an event at our campaign headquarters, the Monday Night Mix, Munchies, music, and merch. Kind of a way to, to bring people together on a Monday night, little food truck action, live music, local businesses. And I think the biggest thing for us is getting people to register to vote. And that's a huge thing considering I think all of us are concerned as a group. And I think as a community we should be concerned about the low voter turnout in the last general and trying to increase that chance for us to do so,
Well, the least number of people I think ever in the history of Guam elected the current the bunch of people in the current legislature and certainly everybody over at Adelup. So yeah, let's get more people registered to vote. I think we're up around 57,000 right about now of registered voters.
I think it's creeping, very very slowly up, and I think for our community we all have to remember that this is a great, our chance to, exercise that right to vote, elect our officials, and And obviously, I think if we get another low voter turnout, in my opinion, that it's just we need to really kind of introspectively look at what we want to see for our community moving forward, and how we, how our representative government is put together. But hey, those events coming out, it's just a chance for them to kind of chill out. And again, if they haven't had a chance to register, well, we're offering that little bitty chance to do so.
All right, and there's entertainment, and there's food trucks, and we've got Guam Leaf, Crystals by Paul, the Relief Shop, OG Island Streetwear, and others are going to be there. We've got JKT's Food, Island Craves, Hafaloa Pokies is going to be in the mixes as well.
Yep.
So this looks like, hey, so just a couple of thoughts off the top of my head.
Sure.
How come Felix and Tony didn't want to be at the thing to watch Lou get sick at the debate?
Well, I think if you guys recall, I mean, he spent 2 hours with Troy, and right after the event, he had said, hey, this was a great opportunity. We're still working on, platform, working on just getting all the documents ready to submit for candidacy. And then, we said thank you, but we'll check you guys, when the general election happens. And it's a great platform, and I think it was well received. That those 2 hours, it actually was a great chance for people to hear from both Felix and Tony about the direction they feel the government should.
Oh, yeah, certainly you're on your own. But it wasn't one of those things where like you were afraid to get into the mix with Mike or Lou.
There's a primary election for them, right? So, I mean, at this point, they have a primary.
Well, and that was because there were a number of people that were, critical of the Camacho ADA team for not being there, and I said, look, I totally get it. I understand why. We don't send the power guys to go play in the pregame festivities in NFL because they might get injured, might not be able to play for the rest of the season, and where will we go from there? So it doesn't make any sense for these guys to go into, you're correct, what is essentially a primary for the Democratic Party of Guam.
That's a great analogy, Ray. And it's again, we're all prepping for a launch in the next couple of weeks. June 23rd is the goal. And so all of our efforts are trying to get to that point, and then you'll start to see a lot more of Felix and Tony moving forward.
Well, when are you going to start putting more signs out? Dude, on my street alone, there's like 3 all-in signs, and it makes me mad every time I drive up and down the road.
Oh, if you go around the island, Ray, maybe we're not in your village yet, but there's quite a bit going up, and we're still putting up as we speak. So they're preparing them as, again, well, we're not in the primary. We want to make sure we're getting everything done ahead of that 23rd launch.
Well, there is an important, but you do have to woo perhaps Democrat voters that are either unhappy with their choices or will be unhappy with the winner of the primary election in just 81 days.
Oh,
so
absolutely,
yeah, got to keep.
And that's a great point. But not to mention, Ray, but also all the candidates for the Republican Party who are going to be on the ballot as well. I mean, we want to make sure that they're getting all their paperwork taken care of, so that they too are also part of that process. And then again, things will change after the primary election. So it's very exciting times for not just for Felix and Tony, but for the community and the Republican Party as they're getting ready for.
All right, but one last question for you: is Mona running for senator?
I don't know. I saw some documentation that might have made a picking up a packets or something. She's right next to. Why don't you ask?
No. She's already left the studio. No, because I know better than to ask her.
Oh well,
I didn't know she was running the last time until it was all done. Until she comes over with the sticker. It says, "Hey, guess what?" You know how it is. 8:46 in the morning. Shawnee, always fun talking with you. Hug and a kiss to everybody.
Have a great day, Joe. Have a great day, and all your listeners have a great morning.
We'll see if nothing comes up and this sounds like a better offer, then maybe I'll hang out with you guys at Monday Night Mix Munchies and Music and merch. And it's at the Orleans Plaza, the area behind.
And we're trying to do these every Monday, give our small businesses a chance to get out there, and it's a great night to be able to hang out on Monday night.
Fendenia Mondays, we'll call it.
Okay.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you pretty soon. This is my friend Shawnee Gumatauta on the radio. It's 846 888 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone number. And coming up, the other Governor Leon Guerrero, Ken LG, next.
Parents, take advantage of FHP Health Center's Back to School Early Bird Special. Before summer gets too busy, make an appointment now to update your child's immunizations, PPD skin tests, and sports physicals. Call FHP Pediatrics. Most insurance plans accepted, including TRICARE, Medicaid, and self-pay patients. Call for an appointment. 671-646-5825. Press 1. Go to FHPGuam.com for more information. FHP, our island, your clinic.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
In the spring of 2022, world gets rocked by news that Russia invades Ukraine. And everybody was looking for information, and there was news and Twitter and social media, and everybody got the I stand with Ukraine little frame around their picture. And now, what is it, 100 days since the invasion? Now nobody cares. I'm looking at a graph of social media interactions. Hold on, let me change the picture on the screen. I'm looking at a graph of social media interaction. And so look at how high it was in the beginning. Oh, my God, Russia invades Ukraine. Is it World War number 3? And then it just kind of continues to grind and grind and grind and grind. And at this point, I don't know if anybody outside of D.C. and Ukraine and maybe the Kremlin is paying any attention at all to what's happened there.
It's weird, man.
Just bombing. It seems to me like these guys are trading places in all the different cities that are in there, and we're not doing anything serious, just kind of random bombing and turning all of these, what were once quite beautiful cities, I believe, just rubble now. That's what they're fighting over, is the rubble at this point. 8:49 in the morning, 888-825-5888. TALK is my phone number. Let me see. The other governor, Leon Guerrero, Ken's on the line. But in this case, I don't know that he's going to be giving the administration a hard time or questioning what's happening again with crime and prices and electricity. We're talking about, Dave called me dumb on the radio.
Oh, no. I'll have my say on the Zoom meeting because, there's a reason why this is stalled for 30 years, and it will continue to stall no matter what Dave says regarding the contract. There's something more important we need to keep focused on, and you brought it up earlier, which was when I called, about government trying to exclude the public, specifically this time the court system. We saw it during the administration, and it's in behind these closed doors that the public gets screwed, and that's why we need to make sure that the court system, which is the weapon we as citizens have to use to right the wrongs that the government inflicts on us. And I'm worried that, journey of 10,000 miles begins with the first step. If the first step is we ban cameras, and the next step is going to be that, you have to have permission from the court to even sit in the courtroom. Because right now, I'm battling in the Supreme Court of Guam to allow taxpayers to have the right to hold the government accountable for wrongs. And the government says, no, taxpayers shouldn't have the ability to hold us accountable for the mistakes we make that cost them millions of dollars.
Yeah.
So that's where I am on that situation.
Well, I'd taken a look at that story. I kind of followed it from the beginning. They sent out messages to everybody in the media asking for their thoughts and ideas about, what should we, should we continue to allow, as they do from time to time, being able to conduct interviews on the court properties. It's one of those things. I'm like, why? Who complained? What's the matter with it? What's broken? Why can we not interview people? And they're talking about, well, it's the decorum of the court facilities now. Got to maintain a certain kind of, essence of the courts. We're a classy place. Don't you see our uniforms?
Yeah, I remember. I was shooting a video in the legislature building. Session wasn't even in place. There were no public hearings or anything like that, and I was just shooting a video in the hallway of the legislature. And as soon as I set up my cameras, a herd, a flock, a covey of legislative people came down and demanded to know what I was doing and wanted to know where my permission was. And then they wanted me to stop filming until they went to Tina Munya Barnes' office because she was speaker at the time. And they wanted me to send a written request to her office to shoot video in the hallway of the legislature. Well, I just told them to go fly kite. I'm going to shoot the video. This is a public building paid for by taxpayers, and I have a right to be here. I'm going to shoot a video. And they said, well, we're going to go talk with the speaker. I said, yeah, fine. I'll wait here. You can bring her out. They never came back. The speaker never came out, so I went ahead and shot the video.
Mm-hmm.
But it goes back to a quote that Thomas Jefferson said a long time ago that's been kind of like my North Star. Those who don't defend their rights won't long have them.
And the next generation will never know they existed.
Yeah, that's what we need to do because, I'm old enough. I'm older than you, so I'm old enough to remember when we had a lot of rights that we took for granted back then that have been impinged upon us now. The very thought that I need to get a letter from the Speaker of the Legislature to shoot a video, and here we are seeing the same thing coming out of the court system. Who made that decision? It certainly wasn't the taxpayers who were building that facility and funding that facility. This goes back to many, many reasons why open government law is so important. Now, I've probably sent more FOIAs to the government and its agencies than anybody other than B.J. Cruz.
Well, I think Troy and Klitsky and Weber are working to break some records on that. There's some interesting ones that the candidate is floating around these days. 8:54 in the morning. Dave Sablon listening to the conversation, typing in a couple of things for me about parking lot interviews and things like that. But also I'm sure wanted to hear what your great rebuts were to the points that he was making. But we'll start with your letter to the Mayor's Council. You asked for equal time at the Mayor's Council, and they said no?
Yes, they said no. Because they put it to a vote, and 60% of the mayors had to say yes, and 52% said yes. So therefore, even though I got more than 50% of the mayors interested, I didn't get enough to get on the agenda, which is very concerning to me. Because here is a project. And Dave may go on and on about how this is not going to cost taxpayers a thing. But when you read this alleged contract, taxpayers have to put up land. Taxpayers have to build a road. Taxpayers have to put in all the infrastructure. And taxpayers have to guarantee payment of the principal of the bonds. That sounds to me like taxpayers are on the hook. But I'm not worried about that because there is no contract, contrary to what Dave will tell you, and that's why they're in court. They're trying to force the government to negotiate a contract, and there's no compelling reason for them to do so. And so there's never even been well, let's put it this way. In the presentation I'm going to be doing on Friday, I'm going to walk the people of Guam through the 2,250 pages of documents I got on a FOIA from Gita that takes us all the way back to 1982 and shows why, even in Gita records, in 1982, the contract was voided. And it goes back to what Goebbels said. If you say a big enough lie, loud enough, long enough, then it becomes the truth.
Yeah, he's chiming in online saying that's not true. I think maybe there needs to be something a little bit more of a public debate.
Then why won't he meet me in a debate?
I don't know. I said maybe Candid will ask Candid to do it. I don't know.
Oh, I'll ask Candid to do it. And Dave, if you're listening, I have a show. Why don't you come on my show? Bring your documentation that proves there's a contract. I'll bring my documentation that proves there isn't a contract, and we'll let the public decide. How's that work?
Hold on. He's typing now. I'm doing one of those WhatsApp things. I'm typing. You ever notice? Didn't that make you crazy when it's typing for a long time, and then you come back and it's a really short response? It was like you took that time, and all you're saying is, yeah, okay, fine. I'll check you. I'll send you my schedule, like I've sent the folks over at the mayor's council what was going on. I'm not crazy about the numbers that they use to suggest that you could not make a presentation before the mayor's council. When is your Zoom deal going to be?
It's going to be 10 o'clock Friday, and I'm opening it to the public so the public can watch the presentation. The public can send in questions, and I would invite Dave to be on the presentations with me. I'll even let him go first.
Did you include him in the letter that you sent to me?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, maybe he will. Maybe he will.
See, that's the difference. When I do stuff like this, I include Dave. When he does stuff, he doesn't include me.
All right. Now, he says, I challenged you first on my show years and years ago, but it was years ago, Dave. I've completely forgotten about how much fun that must have been. 8:58. Listen, Ken, it's always fun talking with you. The governor's State of the Island address has been postponed.
Surprise, surprise.
But the doctor said.
Yeah. I predict there will not be a State of the Island address from this governor because she's worried that someone, I don't know who, maybe some people who have a history of picking her statements apart publicly might actually take her, fact check her with documentation in a counterpoint. And that's something that she can't afford coming into a contested primary.
With Mike St. Nicholas. Well, Mike, as far as I know, Mike's is still a go show, but it is odd that they've got it where they put it. I mean, it's not one of these primetime evening access deals for the congressman. He got stuck at like 1:30 in the afternoon or something like that.
Yeah. Well, it goes back to control. Who's really controlling the legislature? And as you and I have seen, both in the 35th and the 36th, when they call the legislature to order, the majority of the Democrats turn to ad loop and bow.
Yeah. We've seen that 35, 36. We'll probably see it in the 37th Guam legislature as well. Ken, I got to run.
Okay, talk to you later.
Yeah. I'll see you soon. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number around these parts. My name is Ray. Got another hour of the program, small talk portion of the show as well. I might actually play a couple more videos. I got this up on the screen and the reaction from Real Joe Cruz when the guy started throwing something at the dude that was shooting the video. Just amazing. 8:59 and change. We'll play the whole thing again in just a little bit. Stand by now. Fox News Live is coming up right here on The Point.
Will the shootings ever stop? I'm Steve Rappaport, Fox News. 3 mass shootings in less than 24 hours leave at least 9 people dead. The first occurred in Philadelphia in a busy entertainment district.
Yesterday was a dark day for Philadelphia.
Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw.
This harrowing incident claimed the lives of 3 individuals. At this time, we believe that one of the 3 decedents was a male involved in a physical altercation with another male that was potentially the genesis of the shooting.
Hours later, a shooting near a bar in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Police Chief Celeste Murphy.
At this time, we can confirm 14 gunshot victims and 3 victims that were struck by vehicles that were attempting to flee the scene. 3 fatalities have been confirmed, 2 of which are related to gunshot wounds and 1 of which is related to injuries sustained after being struck by a vehicle.
And in Saginaw, Michigan, authorities say 3 people were killed in an early morning shooting. Despite the White House importing baby formula from overseas to deal with a nationwide shortage,
the baby formula crisis continues, with 10 states now 90% out of formula. The Abbott formula factory that closed, leading to the shortage nationwide, has resumed production, with initial product hitting stores in the coming weeks. And another flight of humanitarian aid delivered by a U.S. military cargo plane flying in from Australia, expected to land soon, carrying formula made from goat's milk to feed millions of American babies.
Fox Fox's Lucas Tomlinson at the White House. It's almost a daily occurrence. Gas prices continue climbing sky high. AAA says the national average hit a new record today, $4.84 for a gallon of regular. According to GasBuddy.com, the price of gas has doubled since President Biden took office. Republicans blame the White House for the spike. Administration officials say oil companies are the ones who set prices, not the president. America is listening to Fox News.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Listen to The Point anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Find your favorite stations like The Point and discover more. Music stations, local and trusted news sources, sports talk and team coverage, plus today's biggest podcasts. Find it all on the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
A law enforcement official says a gunman suspected of fatally shooting a retired judge in Wisconsin had a hit list that included public officials.
Wisconsin authorities say the suspect in this case targeted the judge he is accused, the retired judge he's accused of killing, and he reportedly also had his eyes set on possibly bringing harm to prominent Democratic and Republican leaders. 56-year-old Douglas Uda reportedly had a hit list that allegedly included Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers. This was apparently discovered after Wisconsin authorities say Uda shot and killed former Wisconsin Judge John Romer inside the judge's home before critically wounding himself in Juneau County on Friday.
Fox's Charles Watson. Primary season continues with more contests coming up Tuesday.
In California, there are 3 seats considered toss-ups this fall, seats held by Republicans that Democrats have their eyes on this Tuesday, and after redistricting, all 3 of those seats became bluer. 3 Republicans are fighting in Iowa to be the one to take on Democratic Congresswoman Cindy Axne. Her seat is considered a toss-up. And in Montana, they've gone from 1 to 2 congressional districts. Incumbent Matt Rosendale has former President Trump's endorsement, and Trump's former Interior Secretary Ryan Zinke is running for the other seat. He also has the former president's backing.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. The battle for weekend box office supremacy was hardly a contest.
Top Gun Maverick tops the box office for a second weekend.
Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell. Let me be perfectly blunt. You are not my first choice. You are here at the request of Admiral Kazansky, a.k.a. Iceman.
The sequel to the 1986 original with 86 million in ticket sales in North America. It's also doing well overseas and on track to being the biggest hit of Cruise's career. Coming in a distant second on the weekend charts, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
Fox's Kathleen Maloney. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef, it's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
As part of our ongoing commitment to keeping you connected, GTA is proud to participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, provides eligible households with a $30 credit toward internet or mobile services. And now, if you qualify for ACP, you can get internet for as low as $28 a month. We're making it simple for both new and existing customers to apply this credit toward GTA internet and mobile services. To see if you qualify, visit gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Portions of the program brought to you by my friends over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by my guys over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. And always talking about selling new cars. But did you also know that they have great used cars over at Nissan as well? And they look at these cars before you will ever see them. Guy brings them in and says, okay, here's the old car. I'm going to drive that new car. And they take the old car and they start performing all kinds of things on it. First thing they do is a vehicle history search. We want to make sure that this thing is in the computer. We want to make sure that everybody that's ever touched the engine or the electronics, we know who they are. We know what they did. Full 32-point inspection. Every car assigned to an ASE certified technician. Essential mechanical or body work is done. The interior and exterior cleaned, detailed. Damaged parts are repaired or replaced. Priced below Kelley Blue Book. And then when you buy it, full tank of gas, all the fluids have been replaced. It's a great deal, and you're going to love the price. I'm looking at prices on some really kind of high-end automobiles under $20,000. You don't believe me? You take a look at the ad or go and see the folks over at NissanGuam.com.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
Situational awareness. 7 after 9. What would it take for you if you notice that somebody over at the corner of your property is just kind of loitering? What are you doing? What are you guys doing there? Hey, nothing, man. Just drinking beer. Leave us alone. To what degree would you continue to let them linger in the corner of your property drinking beer and having a good time? So you got to go and got to do something about it, right? You got to... Sorry, I was watching Shoresy over the weekend as well, and there's something. Give your coconuts a tug. There you go. That's what we'll say. That's how we'll say it. You got to give your coconuts a tug, and go and confront these guys that are just kind of hanging out, loitering, drinking beer on the edge of your property. And that's what this guy did. That's what this fella did. I don't know who it was. And so he sees a bunch of guys, and apparently he's had to do this a couple of times prior.
Hey guys, it's the third time I asked. You guys can't be here. I was told to do this, man. I mean, I got no choice.
Who told you to
Family,
do that?
dude. The family. This is the family's property. Not mine. It's the family's property. I mean, if you guys got somewhere else you can go, just go there, man. This is your hood or this is your land? Yeah.
Wow. Wow, every single time that gets me. I mean, just like, the scary woman that comes up and screams in those videos.
Yeah.
Exactly the same kind of feeling I get. But this is in real life. This happened. Apparently, this happened down not too far away from where your hood
house.
is.
Yeah. I was afraid for bodily injury, and I was afraid for my life, so I had to.
Right.
That's the words you got to use, Ray.
Mm.
I was in fear for my life
and so you
bodily
old
injury.
Pistola.
So I had to.
So the guy brought a rock to a gunfight, is what you're saying. Well, apparently not in this case, and apparently Mayor McDonald's very anxious about this kind of thing happening, where these guys are just kind of using wherever they want to, and they pop a squat and they drink some beer and make a mess of the place.
Yeah,
and somebody else going to have to pick it.
And everything, man.
So I wonder what it is that we're going to do about this. I think Bunker on the Facebook Live made an interesting point. Back in this is not the first time we've had people migrate into Guam before, but what seems to have changed is there used to be if there was a bunch of guys that were causing trouble, it wouldn't have been just one guy with a cell phone that come by. It would be the whole hood of the guys exerting. And we're not talking about, this is not gang warfare. This is not turf. These are not turf battles. But it is, hey, we don't like that happening around here. There's old people over there. There's little kids over there. And this is not a good look for the neighborhood. And they would kind of control these kinds of things until they went away. And I don't know whatever happened to that. I like to refer to that as jungle justice. And I don't know that there's anybody that's kind of doing that kind of thing anymore. Much as it might be one of these things where, it might be some guys joining them. Hey, look, we don't have anything else to do. I got enough money to buy myself some Asahi Blue, and we'll just hang out and, we'll just chill.
They're gathering in groups, Ray. I don't recommend walking up by yourself to like 4 or 5 guys.
No, and like I said, that's the situational awareness. All right, so what would you, if we're not doing the old Guam-style jungle justice, what then do we do? Do you call the police?
Yeah, wait 2 hours, maybe 3.
So you call
maybe
the police.
They might not come.
Who got better things to do, or as talk to any mayor, right? You get these guys. This will happen in the Ville, but it also happens in a city side. You got guys that are loitering, causing problems at businesses, at the mayor's offices, all over the place, and the police will come and they will move them along. And as soon as the police leave, come right back. So what are we to do? It's like they've given up on the panhandlers. A great example of this is the panhandlers. And there are laws. You cannot just go out there and panhandle on Guam's roadways. First of all, you can't be on the medians. That's just ridiculous. And the fact that these guys continue to go up and down on the medians is just it is amazing that it is allowed. But I know that there's not much that can be done unless we're actually going to arrest people for walking up and down on the medians. But cops got better things to do because they need to go and catch people that are actually, committing crimes with their crystal methamphetamine, and they're breaking into cars and breaking into houses. That's what they've got to do. So I don't know. It feels like there's this. We are allowing all of these nuisances to just pile up, and to the degree that they might be alarming, to the degree that they might be amusing. The videos that are circulating around here are borderline amusing, but when you stop and think about it, there are clear indications that we've let go of a whole lot of control around here, and we've let go of a whole lot of people that have mental health issues that really, really need some help, and they're just not getting it. Or if they're trying to get it, there's some people that I think they just enjoy being crazy. Oh, we'll give you a pill. And then make you like normal again. We'll give you some therapy and make you normal again. And there are people, I don't think they want to go back to normal lifestyle. I think some people just kind of checked out. And do you want to check back in? Nope. Kind of having a good time. 9:13 in the morning. No, there's got to be something said about that too. Yeah. There's got to be something said about that. All right. So I've never pondered a life on the streets. I've never, in my head, pondered the idea of just disconnecting completely from my family, from my friends, from polite society, and taking my chances out on the streets. But there are some people that have, and I think there's a certain kind of independence that they've come up with. I mean, imagine not having, what are our big worries, right? I got to pay a power bill. I got to put gasoline in the car. I got to get groceries. I got to have beer in the refrigerator. I got all these things. What if you could distill your life's primary needs down to just a handful? Do I have enough money? Have I hustled enough money on the street to be able to get myself a pack of cigarettes and maybe a 6-pack of beer or a bottle of something, whatever it is? And you've seen how cheap some drinks are getting out there, and a lot of there's a couple of brands of beer cheaper than water. Of course, I'm going to buy some of that, and when I'm done, I'm going to hustle some more nickels and dime on the street and go get me some more of those. 9:14 in the morning, and maybe that'll be it. Maybe that ought to be the poster child, if you will, for the Republican Party, or really anybody that's running against Lou and Josh in this election. Because I got to tell you, there is value, there is power to the question, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? The prices of everything is going up except crystal methamphetamine. But for all intents and purposes, you think about where you are in your life, and is it better than
I might have to switch to that, Ray.
What's that?
I mean, beer is expensive, so I might have to switch to meth, and it's so cheap.
Yeah. Well, dude. And apparently nobody gives you a hard time about it anymore. 9:15 in the morning. 888-825-5880-TALK. My very close friend, actually he's my cousin Troy on the line from Candid News. Buenos Jen Hoffaday, cuz. How you doing?
Buenos, cousin. How are you doing? I'm good. Thank you.
You know what? I'm okay. Unfortunately, Mana's not here. She's already split for the day, and otherwise we would have had a nice little get together between you and her. Quick question: what have you been up to all weekend long? Did you do anything fun?
I rested. I drank.
That's fun.
I went to church.
Did you go to the rave?
No, I didn't go. I'm old.
All right, so I'm just gonna leave this out here. So I was actually out for a little bit on Saturday night. I didn't have a whole lot going on, and I was down at Carabao checking on some friends, And then about, I don't know, it wasn't late, but it wasn't early either. I want to say it was like 8:30 or something like that. And all of these people started, they were parking their car and kind of coming through Carabao and getting some pre-rave drinks in. And you can tell they were the rave crowd by what they were wearing, and some of the colors and beauty treatments that they had on them. And there was a part of me, I'm sitting around 8:30 at night, and Carabao, as the crow flies and as Ray Gibson walks, isn't that far away from Linda's. And I was thinking, bro, I'll bet I could big shot my way in there, hustle up some VIP passes and just go out there and and then I remembered I'm 60. I'm 60. I'm a mark. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that creepy old man that's hanging out at the raves, checking out the girls. So I didn't. Eric's probably asking you to ask me when I'm going to come by and pick up my gear, but I think I'm just going to leave that box there because so it's ready to go when we do the lieutenant governor debates.
Yeah, what do you think of the first week of July, by the way?
Timing wise, yes.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, so lieutenant governor's debate. We also got to do a congressional debate and hopefully an AG debate.
Down for whatever. So if and let me just do some inside radio stuff here. Let's put together the dates and the thematics of it, and then we'll just put everything in one package, so we don't have to resell this every time.
Yeah. Good idea. So
okay.
The dates in one package.
That's what I'm thinking. It'd just be the whole Platform 2020 package, and because we know it's so successful, we can raise the rates.
Well, we're the only ones so far who announced or planned any kind of gubernatorial debate. I'm really surprised that the Association of Government Accountants hasn't done it, that the Chamber of Commerce is not doing one, even the Rotary Club. I would hope that they provide the people those opportunities that they used to back in 2018, 2014. I mean,
well,
I
don't know, bro. I tell you what, I kind of like the way we do it without the audience and things like that. I think there's something to be said about just getting these guys in a room and having people moderate a bunch of questions in and out and through, as opposed to I need to worry about how I look not just on the screen or on the radio, but I got to worry about what I look to my peers, and my supporters in the crowd.
Yeah, we don't need any of those moments where Ray Tenorio steals the Roxy color guard Guam flag and waves it all over the stage.
Earthquake? Did you feel it?
No, I didn't. I was waving my legs around.
Are you getting that, Joe?
Yes. It moved everything in here.
It was a significant jolt. Okay, it's either that or maybe one of those North Korean rockets got through. I don't know. 9:19 in the morning. All right, so I'll WhatsApp you. You WhatsApp me. We'll change the WhatsApp title to I don't know, Platform 2020 or something like that. But yeah, I'm gonna leave everything over at your place. That way, it's easier for me to set up from one event to another. 20 after on the Ray Gibson Show. Cousin Troy on the line. Where I left off last week. I was asking you about the FOIA that you sent out to the government, asking about these gift certificates for the people getting their booster shots.
Yeah, I'm trying to. It just struck me. Why was it just one gas company that was providing these vouchers for the government?
They're good guys. I mean, it's Shell. I mean, it's same price as the other gas companies, I guess. But did you get anything back from them? I know that they acknowledged that they received the FOIA.
Yeah, we just got the acknowledgement. We're likely not going to see the documents for the full 4 days. They might even take the extension if they say that it's too much to research or whatever. They normally do that. But I'm curious as to how one company was selected for this. My guess is, because what I understand is that the price of gas is not something that I don't think gas stations really make money off of gas. I think it's their indoor or inside.
Oh yeah, the C-store, the convenience store. That's why virtually every gas station now has some degree of a C-store on the inside, because there's other products that you can sell and there's arguably better margins on those things on the inside.
Yeah, so you bring people over with the gas vouchers to one place, and those people now begin to patronize the convenience store. It's nice marketing, right? So I'm sort of wondering, were the other two major gas distributors, were they part of some selection process? Did they lose and it did? something that I'm interested in finding out.
Getting a note from my friend Tom that says that Shell already has an account with the government of Guam, or that the government of Guam has an account with Shell.
Maybe that's it. Is that how it's done? I don't know. I'd like to see how the process went. There's got to be some kind of process to it.
Well, so even if they sell gas to the government of Guam, though, it doesn't necessarily mean that contract would extend to the same, I don't know, agreement, so that when you go and get your booster shot, we'll give you a $25 voucher for gas.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that stuff works. I mean, I know a little bit about procurement, but whether you can do that through some sort of IDIQ, I don't know. But
doesn't it? Yeah, it doesn't. You're right. It doesn't feel like the indefinite quantities in indefinite period.
Yeah, well, these are federal funds that are being used. So I'd imagine that the state agency would have to provide some sort of proof to the federal government on either through some review that happens every now and then, or through an audit that how the federal funds were used was according to local procurement regulations. So I'd very much like to see whether local procurement regulations were followed in this case.
All right. Well, I suppose we'll find out in the course of the next couple of days. Any thoughts on the governor taking some time off and postponing the actual State of the Island address?
I mean, just on face value is following what her doctor is telling her, and praying for her that she makes a full recovery. Those are my only thoughts about it. I mean, the only criticism I would have is why didn't the State of the Island happen when it should have happened back in like January, February, March? But we're past that.
Well,
we're already in June, and
we were still in mask mode, bro. We were still in restrictions on how many people could gather in mode. So you want to be able to do good news in your State of the Island address. You want to be able to make all kinds of we saved lives here.
Something I've noticed, and I haven't gone out to too many places, but I've noticed this in church and going into restaurants and even in shopping centers is people are just voluntarily wearing their masks.
Oh, well, I don't have a problem. It's okay. I see it. Yeah. I see it as well, and I will assume in my head. It's the same way when I see somebody get out of a car in a handicapped parking space and getting out and walking out of their car, and you go, well, it's not handicapped. But you don't know everybody's story. So I look at that kind of thing and go, okay, well, maybe this guy's got some kind of a complication that I can't see. Maybe there's an immunocompromise that isn't visible to me, and just don't be judgy, right?
Well, I was just thinking that, I mean, it kind of goes to show that people didn't need a mask mandate to begin with. People were going to wear their masks anyway.
Yeah, it's called freedom of choice.
Yeah.
It's called freedom of choice, and I don't have any of those comorbidities. Near as I can tell, I'm healthy. The last set of blood and fluid work that Dr. Akimoto got from me all came back looking good. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm healthy. I'm not one of those guys that needed to be worried about getting COVID-19 and dying with it and a comorbidity. I didn't need to worry about that, so I don't know why I had to be the guy that wore the mask. And then they said, well, you can transmit it even though you don't know that you've got it, even though you have no symptoms. You can still be a carrier of the COVID-19. Yeah, whatever. And these flimsy little made by the lowest price bidder is supposed to save our lives from that? It didn't quite make any sense to me, and still doesn't. And I was listening to the show that comes on before this one, and the guy was talking about new research from the CDC, where they took a bunch of masks from kids and put them through did these samples on them, and found things way worse than COVID-19 on the masks. I mean, they were finding little pieces of Legionnaire's disease in these masks for the little kids. And so here we forced the kids to wear these masks that didn't necessarily prevent them from getting or receiving or transmitting COVID-19. And we put them into a situation, changed the environment of their breathing, and put masks on them that actually promoted other illnesses and other sicknesses that were, in many cases, worse than COVID-19.
I don't pay attention to any of this. Honestly, I really don't pay attention to anything coming out of the CDC. I just wait for everybody to tell me what's going on, and
And figure out whether you're gonna comply with it or not. I don't know. 9:26 in the morning. Listen, I'm gonna let you run. You have a fantastic rest of the day. Anybody ought to be concerned that you're gonna be making a call to them? Are you investigating anybody in the candidate at this time?
The Archdiocese. We're still waiting for documents from land management, but that's the big thing. And we're on the Hanson helicopters case. The prosecution's case in chief should be completed by this Wednesday, and whether the defense is going to have any witnesses, I'm not sure. But that's a gigantic trial that Johnny's been following. We'll likely have some sort of update. I'm actually going to be focusing on something internally. I got served with demands for discovery and a set of interrogatories in the case that Janela Carrera has against us. So I have to answer.
Oh, interesting.
Interrogatories.
Is she still with Public Health, by the way?
I think so.
There was a rumor floating around that she might be working over at Del Sola's place.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either. Like I said, it's rumor, but you usually are faster on the answers to the rumors that I am. But I'll see what I can find out, and when I do, I'll beep it to you. Now, one other thing that I noted here this morning, there were rumors moving around that Mindy was not going to be with the Guam Daily Post no more. And if you pick up, is this Saturday copy of the Guam Daily Post, when you look over the ledger, it says Executive Editor Gaynor Delano, Managing Editor is Oyal Nirarakel, Operations Director, okay, this is the same guy, Henry Wood, Krista Gaza, Sales and Marketing, and Creative Services Manager Andrea Mueller. So it looks like Gaynor got a promotion, and it doesn't say Mindy's name there no more. Wonder what she's up to, besides making videos on Instagram.
Yeah, I heard that she's moving on and she's taking care of some personal stuff. Mindy's got to be congratulated for lifting the Post up to where it is today. I mean, I know it was a team effort, but I mean, really as the leader of that organization, she took the Post from being the number 2 paper on this island to being by far the number 1 paper on this island.
Oh, absolutely. No comparison anymore, operationally or editorially. So I'm going to miss her contributions. We worked very, very well. Had a great partnership in the beginning of this radio station and at her tenure over at the Post, and we were able to take advantage of each other's strengths and attributes and build good reputations for each other. I wish her good luck, and I wish the Post good luck. I know she's left some good people and some good policies in place, and I hope that they are honored in the future.
Yeah. I'm sure she's left that organization strong and able to continue forward as being the best newspaper on this island.
Well, I hope they had a good going away party for her. I haven't heard any reviews yet, but I'd be interested to hear what how it is in the media, how things are on your last day. And my last day at my last shop was just that. They come in and said, "Okay, well, you don't have to work here anymore." I said, "Okay, I was going to quit anyway. I was already quit." So
me too. That's what happened to me.
Yeah.
I didn't get any goodbye anything.
I don't know. I started getting emails from people going, "What happened?" Never mind, long story. 9:30.
I got raided.
You got raided. Yours played out a little bit more publicly than mine. You have a great day, Cousin Troy. Have a good time with your lawyers.
Okay.
All right, bud. 888-825-5888-TALK. What? Monday morning, Ray Gibson Show. I got to say it that way because otherwise Dennis will go, "I'll bet he says the time again." It's going to blurt out right in the middle of a conversation. He'll just go 9:29. Look, it's a radio thing. Sorry, I don't even want to say it's a habit. I probably shouldn't even apologize for it because somewhere out there is somebody that stopped wearing a watch years ago that doesn't have their phone on going, "Oh, my God, what time is it? What time is it?" Maybe the guy on the radio will tell me what time. 9:30 is the current time. Coming up, just because it is the small talk portion of the program, coming back with celebrity birthdays and more.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Studio time, now 9:32.
Well, that's crazy, right?
Like I said, you got to do that with the weather. 9:32.
It has its
77 degrees
intents
outside.
and purposes.
It does, yes. 77 degrees outside, 9:32, and 93.3 on your FM dial. Ray Gibson Show working till 10 o'clock this morning, and I don't know why. It feels like a more casual kind of Monday here, and I'm not entirely sure what it is. I'm thinking about all kinds of great stuff happened over the weekend. There was good time, beach time on Friday, and there was great beach time yesterday. And it was down in Tumon. I got a couple of usual haunts to play around. I consider them kind of my spots in Tumon because I think everybody has that. I think everybody's got to, when I say let's go to the beach, and I'm thinking Tumon, I'm thinking of that spot in between the Hyatt and Dusit. That's my place.
That's a sweet one.
It is. It is. You know why? I don't know who, but somebody cleared out most of the rocks there. So and that's another reason why. It might have been the hotel, might have been a typhoon. I don't know. Maybe big fish ate it. I don't know. But it's one of those places where it's very soft sand for a ways, and I like to go and just put an inflatable in there. We were sitting in chairs.
Nice.
Me and the guys yesterday.
Beverages.
It was. And the water temperature was almost bathtub hot. It was that kind of. You get in there and you don't feel cold. There's no cold. It's not chilling up your internals or anything like that. Frankly, I got out of the water because I'd gone completely pruny everywhere.
You do that, huh?
Yeah. So I mean that was the only thing, and I'd gotten out of the water at the right time because after about there's somewhere between 5 o'clock and sunset, it's not hot enough to dry you off anymore. That's the fun. You go down there like 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon, get out of the water, and you're dry like 3 minutes later. And later in the afternoon, it takes a lot longer, and then all of a sudden the cold wind comes and makes you crazy. But so I'm down there, and it occurs to me. First of all, I couldn't park where I normally park because A, the lot was crowded, B, there's containers there. And so I'm not going to say where I parked because I don't want people in other hotels to get mad. Hey, you're using our parking and you're not coming into our hotel, you're just going to the beach? Yeah, that's what I do. But so I had to find alternative parking. And then when I finally get to the beach access and it opens up, Bula Tau Tau to the south, Bula Tau Tau to the north, and it wasn't just the beach. The ocean itself was crowded. The beach, the watery part was crowded with people, and it was like the Tower of Babel. Wherever you go, you would hear something different. I hear Koreans over here. I was hearing Japanese in a couple of places. I was hearing Arkansas, and I could hear some
Mississippi.
Yes, I could hear some of that. And then, of course, you got, me and my friends were hanging out there. It was just amazing how busy everything looked in Tumon. Then I told you on Friday night, we're hanging out at the beach, and it got to be sunset, and somebody said, hey, you know what would be good right now? And I said, what? He said, food. Food would be good. Let's go find some place to eat. And because they lost so many eating places in Tumon, everybody is all going to Tumon thinking, hey, man, it's just like January of 2020. All my favorite restaurants are still. No, they're all gone. There's 5 restaurants in Tumon now, as opposed to 500 that we had a couple of years ago. And so, guaranteed, if you try to get in there at supper time, you're going to run into a crowd, and it's going to be absolutely crazy. So we got to do what we can. I'm hoping that this is a new kind of permanent problem that we're going to be having down in Tumon. Of course, Mark Cruz is going to say, no, Ray, there's more than 5 restaurants in Tumon. Okay, Okay, wait, hold on. We'll do the count. We got Pizza Kaya from the top. Pizza Kaya. wait.
Yeah.
What's that Japanese place over at Tenico? That's a good one.
Yeah.
But
Maybe 6 or
I'm
7,
just saying
Ray.
they're busy. They're busier now than they used to be because there's the same number of people trying to eat in fewer restaurants. Is the point that I'm getting at? Just crazy nuts down there. How about Matkus?
I wasn't going to bring that up. But you're correct. There's a lot. I mean, all the hotels have at least 3. So I mean, and then you got Pizza Kaya. Then next door you got Izakaya by Jimmy.
Oh, have you been there? Have you been there since they moved?
Oh yeah. Oh, I love that place. I love their hamburger steak.
There's everything. I like everything. It's pricey like the old place was, but I don't care because the service is excellent. Jimmy is a great host. They got some great people that work in there, and everybody seems committed to a very, very strong, positive customer experience.
Very attentive staff.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I always tip very well there.
And Jimmy plays music from our time.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's our playlist.
makes a big deal.
No, the reason I was calling, Joanna and I yesterday we were cruising down through Tumon, and I needed to get to Muning. Because we went over, she wanted to go over to Hafaloa and get some of that shave ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
And then we decided to take Tumon instead, and pleasantly surprised, there was a decent amount of tourists walking the sidewalks, along with local families and military.
Well, we got to send out the word that Tumon is coming back to life. It might be slow, but there are going to be some expectations. Number one, we got to keep the place clean. Number two, those pedestrian lanes that they've got in between Outrigger and DFS. People, you need to start paying attention to that again. When the lights are on and there are people in the crosswalk, you have to stop for them.
You are preaching to the crowd. I stopped, and the other cars didn't, so I popped my horn a couple of times, and finally they did.
Yep.
And the Japanese family, husband, wife, and little kid in the stroller were able to cross.
Well, it's been a couple of years, and people have forgotten what that thing was, if they ever knew what it was. But that's it. That's a way for them to safely get from point A to point B, because we're not good at overpasses around here.
Well, I think what Uncle Carl needs to do is just put some red lights up there too, because red lights catch your eye more than the flashing little white lights.
Don't disagree. 938. A bunch of other things that are happening. We start thinking about Tumon. Tumon's also running a little bit busier because there's so much construction on Central Marine Corps Drive. It seems like every day there's a new reason to not want to be on Marine Corps Drive if you don't have to. And I think there's a lot of people that will make that turn over by the Westin and just stay in that protected, we're in traffic. It's at least moving mode until you get around Jimmy D's.
Yeah, yep. And they should be done soon, because I think, they should be done soon. They're doing a lot of lane marking now, so we'll see what happens. And they're closing up all the holes that they put in the islands to
I don't
have
understand.
crossover.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay, so that was ingress and egress for heavy equipment. I was wondering why, because it occurred to me those are nice places for cutouts for regular traffic.
Exactly, but no, they're not changing what they did was they separated the U-turn lanes like in front of AK.
Yeah.
So that you're not blinded by the car that's right in front of you. You've got a little bit of distance to see down into the oncoming traffic and allow you to make a safe U-turn.
An effective use of federal money to take care of some decades-long woes on Marine Corps Drive. It looks like they've gone in there and they've chipped out all the old bad, low-capacity concrete and put the new asphalt, obviously, but it's the mounts for the manhole covers.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they did that. I'm glad that they did the drainage along the side. They've fixed up. They've refurbished every single one of them up and down.
Yes.
And so I'm looking forward to the next version of this project, and the fact that we have not endured Carmageddon, I think, is tip of the hat to the contractors and DPW. But when are they going to begin the other part of the work that goes from the old carpet store backside of ITC building all the way to the Archbishop Circle?
I believe that was because I know Epaw Road is next. All the way, it's going to be the bottom side, where the Snake Hill is.
Yeah,
over there by
I saw
Ariola's
that.
house.
Yeah.
That's going to be the next project. And then I think that they're because you only have one paving contractor, so you can only use you can only schedule so far apart. So yeah, it's really up to the paving contractor to go in and get it scheduled and the world's got a supply shortage. So I'm wondering if they may be having some issues with getting, especially the friction coat. The friction coat, it has to be basalt sand.
Right.
Is there a shortage of that? Who knows? Someone needs to talk to them,
I've not seen the plans. I've heard of the plans, but I've not seen the plans. Do you suppose that on that snaky road there'll be enough room to let out a sidewalk?
No, they're supposed to put in a sidewalk.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That in my mind would be a great addition because it's one of those places where I'd like to run more. Because there's a 76 at the corner. It's a good place to go and get water, cool off or something. And I'd like to use that as a way to run down into Tumon. We can't do it right now because there's so many, obviously, with the turns and everything, and there's no sidewalk. So it's tricky. Also an excuse to be able to more conveniently get to Tower of London.
Yeah, well, there's a big sign up there that says no pedestrians. Nobody obeys it.
No,
nobody obeys it. I'm always slowing down.
Yep, I don't know why you would if that's the fast way to get down into Tumon. 9:42. You have a great day, cuz. I'll see you soon.
Take care, bye.
Mark Cruz on the line. See, what did I say? It feels like it's such an informal day here. Just kind of, hey, what do you guys want to talk about? Just call in and just kind of random into...
Like the last day of school?
It's kind of, sort of. This is the first day of the week.
I know.
Okay, well, I'll try to find some serious stuff tomorrow. Hold on. Let me just table of contents. Oh, I promised celebrity birthdays. Are you ready? Freddie Krueger.
Yes.
Freddie Krueger is 75 years old.
Oh, great skin.
Robert Englund is the name of the actor that played him. Sandra Bernhard, comedian, is 67 years old. Animal rights activist Carol Baskin.
Oh, wow.
Tiger King.
You owe me a Coke.
I should have done this when Mana was here because you and Mana are my Tiger King people. You are the ones, before there was the Heard Depp trial, there was Tiger King, the first of the COVID-19 must binges. And
the great distraction.
There I was. I knew it was there, but I obviously there's a little preview button that I could have clicked, and I never bothered doing that. And I've never seen an entire episode of that, which is odd to Tiger King people. They look at me like I look at people that say, yep, never seen a Star Wars movie. How about that? Tom Cruise? Oh my God. So I told Mayumi yesterday. Or not yesterday, Saturday. So we're going to the movies, and it's Bob Burgers. I sent her, she said, Dad, can you send me the listings? So I sent her the listings for Bob Burgers, because I knew she was interested in that, and Top Gun, to see which of the two movies that she wanted to watch on her special day with Daddy. And she said, we're going to watch Bob's Burgers. Okay, all right. And so after that, I said, okay, so next time we're coming to the movies, it's going to be Top Gun, Maverick.
Yeah.
And I said, do me a favor. Go and find the original that came out in the 80s, 86, 87, right?
How old was she then?
She wasn't born.
See? That's why, Ray.
She wasn't
She
born.
didn't see the first one.
I'm pretty sure her mother was in middle school.
But you're setting her up for the first one so she can get an understanding.
And I said, have you seen the first one? She's like, no. And I'm going, wait a second. It's in color. I mean, a lot of kids, they don't like to watch black and white movies. But it's a color movie, and there were a lot of people that saw it. In fact, somebody sent me this. It says, Aim High, the original 1986 Top Gun movie created a 500% increase in applications from young men who wanted to be, and I got to say it like Lou Gossett, a naval aviator. Right?
Yeah, very few of them maybe made it.
You just got to sign up. Navy, Air Force look for a recruitment boost following the big opening for Top Gun Maverick. But she like confessed that, Dad, I've never seen the original Top Gun. I mean, not even accidentally. Not even, I'm playing it in the living room and she walks by and says, oh, what's that movie? Are those guys playing volleyball gay? They look gay. A lot of moments. You can take quite a number of homoerotic moments from that movie and lay it over that song "Careless Whisper" by Wham. You know, and just all the
Yes.
different eye-locking moves.
This should have take my breath away during that scene.
Yes.
Volleyball scene.
Everybody redo it. Re-edit the movie here. 9:46. So that's the thing. I got to get her. And I thought it was on Netflix because I watched it on Netflix a couple of weeks ago.
Top Gun, the first one.
Top Gun, the first one, was on Netflix.
I think it's the most popular right now.
I couldn't find it. I was looking at my phone app the other day. Not like I was going to watch it like then and there, but I wanted to send her the share link so that she could go on my Netflix account and watch the show. And then when we watch it in the sequel in the movie theater, then she'll know why it was such a huge impression on people in 1986. That was a big movie. That was a cultural phenomenon for a lot of people. It made you feel good about the United States. I mean, think about it. It's a great USA boost movie. We went after the bad guys and we knocked them out of the water. I want to be the chief of the boat with the cigar. And you notice in the movie, it doesn't matter whether there's air conditioning or fans. Everybody is sweating. And the entire Top Gun movie from 1986, everybody's got beads of sweat on. And I thought, I never want to work in an aircraft carrier because apparently you don't have air conditioning in that. Very, very. And I went and visited an aircraft carrier. The USS Abraham Lincoln, which lurks in these waters from time to time, and I remember in many parts of that, it was a short trip, it was less than 24 hours. It was an overnight, and it was great because we did nighttime recoveries and things like that. With helicopters and jets. There's just a lot going on. And it might have been one of the dirtiest and most dangerous and noisy places I've ever been in my life. There was always something that you had to watch out for. You don't step here carefully because you'll bang your head on a piece of steel and it will leave a mark. Or they got these airplanes. Airplanes got big sharp parts that stick out. They're called wings, and you can bump into those things, and it will put a hurt on you the same. And it was they do fire drills and general quarters assemblies. And I thought, I'm so glad I forgot to join the Navy. I was very close when I was 18. I wanted to, and I wanted to when I was 18 get into flight. I wanted to fly helicopters. And they said, no, that's a job for real men. Well, how about journalism? You want to be in journalism? I was playing. 948-888-8255-888-TALK. So anyway, Tiger King Lee is 61 years old. Events worth celebrating today. It is Gardening Exercise Day. Yeah.
Back and the knees.
Where's our bro? Where's TJ? We're going to get in some gardening exercise with goodies that you can get from Crop King Hydro. What else is it? It's Applesauce Cake Day, Yo-Yo Day, as in real yo-yos. Do you remember when Coca-Cola?
Oh, it was so big, man.
There was every once in a while the Coca-Cola guys would come out and bring in dudes that would do these yo-yo displays. Yeah,
around the world.
And then if you were good, if you were lucky, they'd give you a bunch of these really, really good high-end, super quality, pro-level yo-yos.
It's going to come back again, Ray.
Yeah, well, just next time we get Marcus in here, remind me to ask him about that because I want to say that was a Sprite deal, right? Coke and Sprite. We're bringing these guys out back in the day. Maybe they just don't do that anymore. Maybe they just don't do it anymore because it's not hip. It's not happening. Kids aren't crazy about that. They want to go to raves. It's yo-yo thing. That's from the 1960s and the 50s. We don't do that's not cool for kids anymore. Or maybe it is. We've got Hunger Awareness Day, D-Day anniversary, and it's Drive-In Movie Day. And we used to, when I was a boy, not too far away from where Morico is and the LP Gas Place on EPAL Road, there's an area there, and I'll bet if you looked at it on a GPS, on one of those maps, right, you might be able to make out where the old drive-in movie theater was.
Oh, yeah.
Are you old enough to have ever attended a drive-in movie?
I saw the remnants. I saw the ruins of it. I remember seeing the posts, coming out of the cement,
out of the ground. They
spaced around.
Used to have
I saw it.
There was a speaker. They give you a speaker when you go in, and you plug it into the thing, and then you stuck it on your window, and that's how you were able to hear what was going on
in the movie. While you were making out with your girlfriend?
Well, it was long gone by the time I was, makeout age, 9 or 8. I think I was 8 before I was 9. But anyway, I remember we watched the birds there. and that left a big scar on me.
Hitchcock,
yeah.
Ooh, scary,
They played that at the theater when it was the last movie I remember. But there was a time, and maybe it was more important for my dad and the family, because there wasn't anything else going on. The other theater was the Johnson Theater. I don't think at the time the Calvo family's theaters were built, so there weren't a whole lot of entertainment options. There was a television station, I think, that went off the air at 9. There was the radio stations, but they went off the air at midnight. So what's the point of having to spend the money on keeping a carrier going? Everybody's asleep, and you wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and that's what Pop did. But he always told the story about how it was his favorite. One of the favorite things to do was to get Shelley and I in the back of in a station wagon. And so he'd park the car backwards with the back end facing the screen. And we'd throw a bunch of blankets and towels down as anybody that's ever been in a station wagon from the 60s knows, the hard floor of the back of the station wagon, and some pillows from the house. And that's the way we watched the movies. And so him and my mother in the car, and Shelley and I laid out in front to watch whatever they were playing on the big screen. And Pop says that between Shelley and I, neither one of us ever saw the end of a movie, because it was like being in your own bedroom.
Crash out.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have man caves back then. We didn't have 75-inch color televisions like my friend Steve has got at his house. He's got a television set over his house that, I swear to God, Joe, is as big as the wall that it's attached to. And you can watch the wall basically over at his place. And I'm like, man, I like your TV. He says, yeah, it's too small. Don't you think it's small? I think they got bigger ones on base. Maybe I'll go check out on base and see if they got a big one. Anyway, 8:52 in the morning. So ponder that drive-in movie day. If you had the opportunity, would you go and into a drive-in theater now? You know what would be great is, and if I was the guy, if the Ray Gibson movie theater experience, right? I would only play old movies. That would be my thing. We'd have drive-in experience. Of course, all of the sound would be piped in via FM radio, right? Because it'll sound, you just tune your radio to hear, and then you'd be able to, yeah. So that would be a great technological upgrade. Projector technology in 2022 is, oh my God. So we could really, really beef up the look and the feel of this kind of thing. But like I said, I think I would only play old movies in this kind of thing. I'd play all those old Hitchcock movies. I would take, there are certain movies that you have to see on the big screen. Top Gun is one of them. I'm sure Maverick, Top Gun is going to be another one. But that would be kind of a fun experience to put together. I'm sure we could get some investors. Japanese Taiwanese. There's good Taiwan money floating around. 9:53 in the morning. Tell you what, I'm going to take a break here, and I'm going to tell you about the world's fastest computer. Or I won't. I don't know. Be right back.
Hey there, folks. It's me, KFC's Extra Crispy Colonel. My KFC Extra Crispy Chicken is freshly double-breaded and fried to a luxurious, mouth-watering bronze. You see, Extra Crispy KFC Chicken isn't just a product, it's a lifestyle.
And for a limited time, KFC's delicious egg tarts are back. Pick up your KFC Extra Crispy Chicken meal and an order of egg tarts at your favorite KFC today. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team. Conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Ice, baby. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Ice, ice.
See this theme. This sounds like a Top Gun thing. We're talking about.
You're right.
James Howard Udu. So that's where the first experience happened in the station wagon. Impressive. Ken Leon Guerrero says, I remember, and Ken's old enough to remember the being there. I think as a teenager. At the old
Johnson Theater?
No.
Oh,
the drive-in theater. He says, I remember people would sit in lawn chairs and eat Fiesta food at the drive-in that they had there. Dave Dinsman said, they missed a big opportunity to really bring back drive-in theaters. COVID, minimal risk of people in close contact, and you don't need those speakers. Just have the audio for the movie on short-range FM transmitters and the car stereo. It's very, very doable. James Howard says he'd like to have a porn-only drive-in theater.
Of course, man. James, wow.
All you got to do, James, just face your monitors to the window. We know what you're watching. Open theater at Anderson Air Force Base, Skyview, and Superfort 2 is the thing. Awesome. I'm crazy about the idea. But then I get crazy about all kinds of other stuff. Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee, where the Oak Ridge boys, Elvira, are from, have created the world's fastest computer. And I was looking for information on this. Frontier, a supercomputer built by Oak Ridge National Labs, is the first capable of an exaflop. Do you know how many, what an exaflop is?
No, I don't.
It is a billion operations per second. And I'm looking to see if this will give me some kind of comparison. The typical laptop is only capable of a few teraflops, or a trillion operations per second, which is 1 million times less. The exaflop machine, called Frontier, could help solve a range of complex scientific problems such as accurate climate modeling, nuclear fusion simulation, drug discovery, and why certain women can't be the same person every day. Frontier will offer modeling and simulation capabilities at the highest level of computing performance, says Thomas Zachariah at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. The Frontier Computing Company is housed in 74 separate cabinets. Wow. Okay, the system, is housed in 74 separate cabinets comprising 9,400 CPUs and 37,000 GPUs, which are processors designed to render 3D graphics, but can also be used for a range of other tasks. This means the machine has a total of 8,730,112 cores capable of parallel computing tasks. A typical laptop has between 5 and 9. At peak power, the computer generates so much heat that it requires 4 high-powered pumps to push more than 25,000 liters of water around the machine every minute.
I knew it, man.
That's they're the high-end systems that a lot of guys are using. Yeah, they do generate a ton of heat, and so we've got certain systems that you put basically in an aquarium. Filled with distilled water, and that way, and that's the point. It's distilled, so there's no particles in there that will short anything out. Very, very sophisticated use of that kind of technology, and very, very fast computing. They're going to put Windows 11 on it. And then it will be operating at the same speed as the rest of our computers. That would be the other interesting question: is what does an operating system on something like this look like? Wouldn't it be crazy to come back on these guys and yeah, it's really cool technology. We're using a lot of hardware, but software, basic Windows 95. As it turns out, it's still pretty good. They have that. Did I tell you about the time I got LASIK?
Yeah.
And it wasn't 1995 when I got LASIK, and I was looking at the machine that they were using to control the laser that they put in people's eyes, and it was Windows 95. And I remember asking the doctor about it. He says, yeah, don't look there anymore. Look at me. Only look at me. Don't look at my computer. Look, I got to go because it's 10 o'clock in the morning already. Thanks for all the comments. Hey, thanks for all the fun. Monday morning, and we got some adventures lined up for today that I will tell you all about when it gets to be Tuesday, the day that we're not going to have a governor's State of the Island address. Sorry, not sorry. I'm sick. My doctor said I can't. It's 10. Here's the Fox News on the Point.
3 mass shootings, less than a day apart. I'm Steve Rappaport, Fox News. At least 9 people killed in a trio of shootings that started last night when gunfire erupted on a busy street in downtown Philadelphia. Fox's Alexis McAdams.
Investigators found 5 guns at this crime scene. A Philly cop was involved. He said he saw multiple people in the crowd opening fire, so he pulled out his gun and tried to take down one of the shooters. As Philly police work on that investigation, there was another mass shooting overnight in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Police say 3 people were killed and at least 17 others were hurt when someone opened fire outside of one of their downtown bars. More than a dozen people were shot and others were actually hit by a car that was fleeing the scene.
Investigators believe multiple shooters were involved in the Chattanooga incident. Also overnight, police in Saginaw, Michigan say 3 people were killed in a shooting. Russian forces firing cruise missiles at Ukraine's capital.
Explosions were heard around 6 a.m. local time, and we did see black smoke rising from the skyline. This is the first time in weeks that Kyiv came under Russian attack. The Russian Defense Ministry is already taking credit for the strikes, saying they hit T-72 tanks and other military vehicles supplied by Eastern European countries. The Ukrainians are denying that. This does come as a war of attrition is slowly developing in the east. In the strategic city of Severodonetsk, Ukrainian troops have taken back some territory in fierce street battles. Ukraine's defense minister said this weekend he believes the war may finish by the end of the year.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Kyiv. NATO kicking off a U.S.-led naval exercise in the Baltic Sea. The drills involve 7,000 service members from 16 countries, including Finland and Sweden. The Nordic nations applied last month to join the alliance in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Moscow in recent years warned Finland and Sweden will face retaliation if they join NATO. America is listening to Fox News.
Get all of your favorite Fox News podcasts ad-free on Apple Podcasts with Fox News Podcasts Plus. From Trey Gowdy, the Fox News Rundown, Will Kane, Brian Kilmeade, and so much more. Go to foxnewspodcasts.com for all the details. The Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, featuring insight from top newsmakers, reporters, and Fox News contributors. Listen and subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. New from the Fox News Podcasts Network, Dana Perino, co-host of the 5 and America's Newsroom on Fox News Channel, returns to the world of audio with a new limited-time podcast, Everything Will Be Okay with Dana Perino. Building off the success of her best-selling book of the same name, Dana provides an unequaled brand of advice built on real-life experience and interviews experts and individuals that make a difference in the lives of others. Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
The House Select Committee investigating the deadly riot at the Capitol last year holds its first public meeting this week. Committee member Adam Schiff telling CBS's Face the Nation.
Our goal is